your feet are cold and your body cannot stop a rocket. I know it has to let go. Since the day we found you, you have been our friend, and your voice still echoes in the hallways of this house. But now it's the end. We will. Since the day we found you.
Oh no. Music. How's it going, culprit? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing today? I'm still getting set up. We're doing a longer intro. It is an early morning and all that good stuff. How are you doing today, Culp? I'm just gonna test out a screen here that we just we're adding in. Oh, well, that's my camera. Not what I wanted. Alright, how does that look? That should look much nicer as a BRB screen. That should look much nicer. Alright. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are we all doing? There we go. Let's get the lights on. Ooh, that's a very bright light in my face. I kind of just rolled out of bed, so. what? What am I doing? Google. Instead of the morph, try a pulsate. Take the vid double length. Flip, reverse the loop with glitch effect, and it would look like it was going backwards and forwards. Yeah, I'm gonna do more on it later. This is literally, I did that live on stream, pretty much. Re-rendering out that kind of stuff. I like this. Oh, I don't have the glitch effect. I like the glitch effect that I have here. You'll see it. Second. Right, like that. That's the glitch effect that I'm going for. And I want more of those. It's just right now, that's an easy, morph is a very easy, low processing thing that I can render out. And then at least have... At least have something for my BRP screen. Have you seen this at all, Culprit? Have you seen much of Runway ML? None of it. This, I went and I paid almost $300 for this freaking program. I'll show you how this works just to start. What's chugging? Something is causing me to chug. Process it. Discord, is Discord going crazy? Yep. Firefox is going crazy somewhere. We'll bring the music back up. I'll show you Runway ML in just a second. And then we'll get on to our more normal morning news reads. Taking a look and seeing what's new in the world. Let's take a peek. SoundCloud. We'll get this music back up and all that good stuff. View all. Give me dust music. Okay. This Runway ML is something else. I didn't know you can right click and add like add GPU in there. What did I just do? I don't know if I just did something super quick without realizing. Are you talking about this? Oh, for the GPU usage. Yeah. There's a bunch of different processes. Process name, command line, GPU, and GPU engine. Yep, it's a good time. I like have to have it since I have all the stuff running. All right, this is crazy, Culprit. This is insane. This is a bunch of the machine learning. Actually, what we'll do is we will I find it better to go through ChatGPT to start as to get the image. It'll do any image. It'll put motion to any image, but if we Dolly, I need a 16:9 image of a futuristic city with flying cars. Add a description about its motion. We'll give this just a few seconds on there. Is it Google News that's going crazy? Might actually be. Are they running Bitcoin miners on my machine or something? Let's not use that. What the hell? Okay. So we take an image like this one. We'll download. We go to Runway ML. Drag that image in. Then we're gonna grab our description. Please describe the scene. Weird, it didn't add the description. Okay, in this image, yeah. So I'm gonna paste this in. Scene is a live primary activity. Yeah, there we go. Generate 4 seconds. So you do have tokens. You can see in the top right. I know the chat's kind of covering it. But if you're ever interested, Culprit, it's about $10 for like for I think about 200 seconds of generation. So if you ever need something for your stream or some kind of asset, video, just tell me and send me a few bucks and we'll token this puppy up and give it a go. But it is such a cool, holy moly. Come on. Taking his time. Apparently it's very, very processing. Lots of GPU required to, like hundreds. Not perfect. Not totally perfect, but it's something that you would regenerate a bunch over with totally different prompts, right? That is crazy, isn't it? It is absolutely insane. You can take a look and see of the other ones that I've been making. If I go to my assets and let's take a look. I was messing around. These aren't perfect. Aren't perfect, but they do work. The green, so there is like hallucinations where it'll bleed in certain things, and you'd have to redo it a whole bunch of times to get it. But you can see it almost got the heroes never die, the res. It almost got the res animation in. And what I'm doing with this is then if you take type of video, I put it in. Oh yeah, oh, we have like the One Punch Man. One punch. Do, 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 do. One punch. This one didn't work that well. Pikachu versus Saitama. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, 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 very cool. If I do... Is it? HQ B-roll? Is this it? I don't know where I put it. I maybe? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is all AI generated image. It gets a little funky. You get some crazy hallucinations. Took pixel art, then had to animate pixel art, and this is what I came out with. Anyways, this stuff is pretty damn cool. Pretty damn cool. There's some real funky ones. I was trying to make it so that the Among Us guy flies away, but it kind of warps him into like a object and makes the logo metallic. Or like this one's two. Yeah. I was hoping to have this like this mech down below here. Hoping to have the mech walk out, but it's not perfect. Apparently if you spend a lot more time generating these, it would actually you could make them look a lot nicer, but I just like one and done them, so. Anyways. That is relatively new on the internet. It's an old technology. There's a whole bunch of other services and things in here. You like change video types. I think is crazy. Alright, image, text to video. Excuse me. But you can like, it's like Mid Journey, where you can just generate the video flat out. There is image generation. There's 3D generation and like texture creation. So you can just take pictures of whatever you want, and then it'll like AI generate textures for you from it. Anyways, it's a whole other ordeal, I would say. Whole other level. Let's see what's on r/David. I need caffeine. I might go make myself some coffee in a small bit. Take a quick break while I go grab myself some. Not right now, but what do we have? Oh god, body found in San Diego's home freezer. Jesus Christ. Second wave of court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein's unsealed. Take a peek at Epstein's. Your eyes are bleeding. Need some dark mode? Dark mode. There you go. You happy? Oscar Pistorius released on parole. Florida can import prescription drugs from Canada. Defendant who leapt at judge over court bench in Las Vegas attack faces several new charges. That was a crazy event. Tesla recalls 1. Vehicles in China. 6th grade student killed in Perry. Oh my god, more shootings. US job growth accelerates in December. Wage gains solid. SpaceX. US agency. What else? North Korea. Ooh. Take a weird little look and see what North Korea is doing. Starsky and Hutch actor dies at 8. I think I'll watch Starsky and Hutch. I'll be honest. Yeah, I never watched this show. The wage thing is going nuts. Should we take a look at that one then, Culp? Alright, we'll take a peek at this. If that's an article that interests you, we'll take a peek. US job growth and growth. Minimum wage is going up to 20 an hour? 20 an hour in Cal. That is insane. That is insane. That's like $26, $27 an hour Canadian, which is crazy. I guess nobody can afford to live there with all their taxes and all their bullshit, right? Can you imagine being an industry or being a state who has industries that literally try to pay the least amount possible for all of their services, and then wonder why it's so difficult to have people live in the state? Surprise Pikachu face. I only want to pay my employees the absolute minimum, but I also want employees. It's like, well, okay, guys. All right, that doesn't make any sense. Like, it's happening here in Vancouver, also in BC. You get 31 an hour and have to have certs and degrees to be where you are. Yeah, they're like, I don't know. It's wage suppression too. We'll take a look at the article in just a moment. See what else we can find. Multiple stabbings in Tokyo. Biden administration. 102 million. Yet someone that can flip a burger gets over half. Well, yeah, the wage growth apparently is crazy right now, but also they're not considering the fact, like, most people aren't considering the fact that you're supposed to have a job for a long time, not supposed to jump job to job to job, get you know, your wage increased every few years. It's a little bit unreasonable. And I always find it funny too, because a lot of people that I've worked with in offices, the office types, the corporate types, they're like, just go work for another company. I'm like, buddy. Yes, you get to like hop off and go from company to company, but not everybody else does. It's crazy. By Bitcoin, you can actually assess proper market value. Right now, we can't assess proper market value. There's none of that, because apparently, which I don't get, and maybe I'm crazy for it. I don't know how we have such close trade, capitalistic trade with countries that are not capitalist. Anyways, I'm just kind of complaining. Let's take a peek and see what else. Epstein court documents. Video shows man to support judge. That's the guy that jumped over the counter there. 13-year-old becomes the first player to beat Tetris. We'll take a peek at that anyways, even though I know everything about it. I've seen all the articles. Starbucks. Now let customers use personal cups for nearly all orders. I thought they would do that anyways. Helpers, I get that we need someone in that job position. However, it's your fault for doing that job. What I find crazy, okay, and I see this a lot. And I've been listening to a lot of like financial podcasts recently, and there's a guy Caleb on YouTube too. They're listening to a lot. Always the advice is they're like, oh, well, you can't, you know, why don't you just get a job anywhere and do a job doing anything? You know, why don't you go get a job at, you know, it says Whataburger or any of those places? You know, they pay a reasonable amount. Like, I'm not saying for a family, it's not for you, culprit. But then you go and you talk to the people who work there, and then they do the same financial things to the people who work there, and they're worse off. They're like exceptionally depressed and hating their lives and hating everything, and it's like just because you say there's jobs out there, and just because you can point at something that pays money, doesn't mean that it's a high quality of life job or a reasonable quality of life task. Yeah, I don't know. There's a weird expectation thing. This is more cultural, I've noticed. And I want to point this out because I know for sure this is this is one of the reasons why many other large societies have collapsed in many people's lifetimes. People are still alive, like hundreds of millions of people died. It's an overfocus on titles and an overfocus on on what class you are, basically. Like, it's crazy to me, and I remember working at places, and thinking like, oh, if I'm more productive, if I can make this service exceptionally productive and exceptionally profitable and stuff everybody likes, I can get paid more. Well, that's a ridiculous thought, right? In theory, that's the way it should work, and apparently in my grandparents' days, that is the way it worked. But but nowadays, everybody's mindset is, you are this class. People from this class make this to this wage. You're this class, right? Well, you can't make more than that. And it's like, well, what do you mean? They're like, well, the market pays right now this specific thing for people in your class. And it's like, really? Like, is there no level of independence or level of personal productivity that you would take into consideration at all? And then that's why, that's why everything's becoming worse and worse and worse slowly. It feels like the quality of everything is becoming worse and worse and worse. Because it's not that things are becoming cheaper. It's being framed as an innovation to have a bunch of people working for a low wage at a McDonald's. Like, it's framed as an innovation, but it's not. What you're doing is you're lowering the standards across the board. When you lower the standards across the board, you lower the quality of the outcome of the investment, right? Investment may have high returns, but the quality of the outcome of the investment, the actual thing you're investing in, ends up as relatively low quality. Political stuff. I hate, like, it makes too much sense, but the incentives right there are set up for kings and queens and not for independent human beings. It's very different. Feels like it is, at least. I can't make hard claims because I'm not a big economist or anything. It's the way it feels. It really starts to feel like it. Unless you want to get crazy and start doing conspiracy theories like, blaming races of people and blaming immigrants, and that's not really, I don't think right perspective. It is not the land that makes, I can't remember the phrase on that. Not the land, but the culture or something that makes the wealth. Or I can't remember the exact phrase on that. Anyways, we're supposed to be reading news articles. I'm getting too distracted with Viva la Revolution! Oh, it's just... you also lower the people in the higher quality to make less goods and services. When the top 1% are going to take a pay cut, they add it to the price of the stuff people buy. Yeah, and there's also like a degradation. So here's the problem too, is we're human being, and even the richest people in the world, they are subject to human things. And so when people go into exchanges and they see somebody has millions of dollars on the line, and they have the ability to get that millions of dollars, what they'll do is they'll dilute, right? And so what happens is you dilute the top layer, like, of quality. You dilute that service, and that dilutes everything down below that. You dilutes everything down below that, and the dilution gets so bad at the bottom that both the data and what's actually happening don't match anymore, right? So what can happen is a lot of companies and economists and government officials and everybody will look at the data and they go, the data is coming up perfect, the numbers are perfect, but they don't understand too that the numbers are becoming more and more unreliable as you go down the chain, right? Like, the lower the quality of everything, the lower the quality of the data. Simple as that. And so what feels like really solid data is actually data that's been manipulated by fools who are just trying to make, well, not fools, sorry, I don't want to make it seem like I'm bagging working class people for it, but everybody just wants the, like if I have a $1 million contract and I can put just a little bit more air into the concrete and make myself an extra $100,000 off of that, I'm gonna do it. People do it. The incentives are there to do it, but then it creates a lower quality service for everybody again down the chain. So not a good incentive. And the People with agendas that are self-servicing. Well, everybody's self-servicing, right? Like, as much as we like to admit that, or like to think that we are human with humans, it's the concrete jungle, right? There is a level of society, but when you realize that you're a fish, and it's nice that a fish can think like, okay, the rest of the fish around me need to do certain things. But when you realize that the people that are really shitty are sharks and you're a fish, it's like, maybe there's some good sharks. That's fine. There's good sharks. I'm not saying, and it's nature, right? It's a nature thing. But also, it's like, where's the doesn't seem like a balance in exchange when I'm a fish and you're a shark, or you're a combination of fishes that create a shark. I'm not, you know. And also too is very deceptive. Like I said, there's a lot of, like, it feels to me, and I'll tell you this, I know this from working at a lot of really, really wealthy people's houses here in Vancouver. They're built like shit. They're built like absolute garbage. Why? Because the house is so big, the guy that's paying for it doesn't know enough about the construction process to buy good things. He'll spend a lot of money. They'll spend a lot of money on their kitchens, but then you look at the work, you look at what's going on with the project. The building's meant to be torn down in 5 years. Why? Because the people paying for the building don't care. They literally just don't care. They want to feel like they have all the high quality house, high quality services. They want to feel like they have all the high quality housing, but they don't. They just don't. They have exceptionally low, like, and this, it's not everybody. Again, there's so many like $100 million plus homes up in West Vancouver that are built like freaking paper houses, and nobody cares, because why would they care? They want to, you know. Anyways, okay, news stuff. Let's get on to this. Take a look. We'll start with some good news, and then we'll pop into the wages stuff. And yes, it's got flashbanged by by this website. But a 13-year-old becomes the first player to beat Tetris. Los Angeles, January 3rd. A 13-year-old American is the first person ever to beat Tetris, forcing the more than a decade-old classic Nintendo video game into a kill screen. Willis Gibson, who goes by the streamer name Blue Scooty, said please crash as he arranged the puzzles and puzzle pieces cascading down the screen, and moments later he got his wish when the game froze, leading him to repeating. Okay, well, why don't we just take a look at the clip itself? Is there anything interesting here? Nobody cares. This is about the CEO of Classic Tetris. Willis employs a rolling controller technique popularized in 2021 that allowed the player to manipulate the directional pad or D-pad at least 20 times per second to move the blocks far more previously popular hyper tapping. So these guys basically, they just hold the controller in a very specific way and they use it to tap the buttons really, really fast. It's because Tetris, everybody knows that the pieces fall down from this. I thought my table was rumbling there, but it's not. It's a muscle in my arm that was twitching. What the heck? I'm dying. It's nuts. The rolling on a controller. Yeah, we can pull it up here too. We actually have video footage of it, which is very weird that they didn't throw it in article. Tetris beaten. Where's the clip? CBC News will give it to the... Actually, no, we won't. Fuck you, CBC News. Get the fuck out of my YouTube feed. I just realized I'm not gonna go through that. That is the Canadian fucking government injecting its shit into my frickin' feed. Screw you, Canadian government. Blue Scooty. Yes! Why would I go watch a news article that's trying to pull my views because it's Canadian? Where is it? Where's the clip?
Please crash.
Please crash. There we go. It's got to be close. Getting soon. There we go.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yes! Oh my god! Oh my god!
So for those not too familiar why he's freaking out so much, getting to the level that he's at in Tetris, you can see the top score is 99999. He's basically looped the game into a glitch state. And there are certain flags that will happen that will cause the game to crash. Now, originally, even just getting to those glitch stages was almost impossible, but the technique that we're talking about, where they roll or they I don't know exactly how it works, but how they use the controller allows them to like place pieces so much faster that they broke the barrier. They basically broke the barrier of Tetris and were allowed to infinitely go into as far as they possibly could, and the goal is to hit a crash. So this is basically like this kid is beating this game for the first time after, well, how many years since the game came out. It is a kind of a legendary moment in the world of video games. Alright, this is the one that's going to make Culprit's blood boil. This is going to make Culprit's blood boil, so take those blood pressure pills, Culprit, ahead of time. Deep breaths. Grab an inhaler. Do it. Reuters. U.S. economy cranks out jobs at brisk clip in December. Wages increase. Washington, January 5th, Reuters. U.S. employers hired more workers than expected in December, while raising wages at a solid clip, casting some doubt on financial market expectations that the Federal Reserve would start cutting interest in March. Sorry, I'm actually just going to do. Got your Pez dispenser of heart medication? Yeah, I would. There were, however, some cracks in the closely watched employment report from the Labor Department on Friday. The economy added 71,000 fewer jobs in October and November than previously reported. While employment rate is held at 3.7% last month, that was because 676,000 people left the labor force, almost erasing all gains in participation since February. Household employment fell sharply, and the work week was on average slightly shorter than in November. Nonetheless, the report indicated that the economy avoided a recession last year and would likely continue to grow through 2024 as labor market resilience supports consumer spending. A gradual labor market cooldown remains in place, said Scott Anderson, chief U.S. economist at BMO Capital Markets in San Francisco. However, the lingering labor market resilience and strength in wage growth could keep the Fed on the sidelines for longer than the markets currently expect. Non-farm payrolls increased by 216,000 jobs last month, the Labor Department Bureau of Labor Statistics said. Economists polled by Reuters had forecast payrolls rising by 170,000 jobs. The economy added 2.7 million jobs in 2023, a sharp step down from the 4.8 million jobs posted or positions created in 2020. The reflected cooling demands the economy following 525 basic points worth of rate hikes from the U.S. Central Bank since March 2022. Roughly 100,000 jobs per month are needed to keep up with growth in the working age population. Government hiring as state and local authorities try to bring education staffing back to pre-pandemic levels led the rise in employment last month with 52,000 jobs added. Government payroll growth averages 56,000 jobs per month in 2023, more than double the average monthly gain of 23,000 in 2022. Employment in healthcare sector increased 38,000, spread across ambulatory healthcare services and hospitals. unseasonably mild weather boosting hiring at construction sites, with payroll in the industry increasing by 17,000. Leisure and hospitality employment gained 40,000. Employment in the industry is below levels seen before COVID-19 by 163,000. Retail employment rose by 17,400. Professional and business payrolls rose by 13,000, but temporary help services shed another 33,000 positions. Employment in the sector, seen as a harbinger for future hiring, has declined for 11 straight months. Manufacturing jobs increased by 6,000, but employment in transportation and warehouse industry fell 22,600. The labor market generally remains tight, with 1.40 job openings per every unemployed person in November. That is feeding through to wages, which remain elevated. I see this with new jobs, not with old jobs. Average hourly earnings rose 0.4% in December, matching the prior month's gain. They raised the on-year increase wages to 4.1% from 4.0 in November. Wage growth fell well above its pre-pandemic average, and the 3.3 to 3.5 range that most policymakers view are consistent with the Fed's 2% inflation target. What are we looking at? U.S. inflation gauges, year-on-year percent changes of various indicators. Core CPI, PPI, average hourly earnings. Average hourly earnings are dropping? Is that what I'm reading? Culprit said they left the workforce. They got laid off for the Q4 fuckery that they had to do to make it look like they have losses for the next year. Amber just said, I used to tell you, the article neglects the U.S. economy has been on a downslide since 99 when adjusted for inflation. We have less buying power now compared to when we did in 1930s. Yes, buying power feels like it's significantly lower, and it's not keeping up with wages. The numbers say that they are, but I'm going to argue, of course, that is for new jobs. It's not for existing jobs. It's not because there is a culture of investing in your company and investing in the people to build the best company ever. It feels like these guys are kind of owed their companies. They feel like they're owed their companies, and that employees are simply just like livestock. Hope says, yeah, she agrees. That's for the new jobs and not the old. Exactly. That's a big one. And I do think a lot of new jobs are bullshit. I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like every single year since I've left high school, the jobs that I've gotten have been less and less productive, and been more and more about fucking people around, which I don't personally really like doing. Now there's a lot of cognitive dissonance in the jobs that I've done, where people are like, well, we are not really doing the full task for the person that's paying for it, but technically we're not supposed to do all that because corporate says this. I don't like that. And the specific examples from my actual workplace, I've never been the best professional, so I definitely will say that. But morally, a lot of these times I feel like the companies are, which they really are. They're like, I'm just stock on a shelf to them. They don't really give a shit about investing in me as an employee. They don't care about investing into their customers, for long-term customers. They simply feel like, well, the market is the market. As long as we have this, we have exposure. And I don't know what the thought is behind it. It just seems really weird to me, the lack of investment in the companies. It's making money useless. Larger wages and higher prices don't mean anything. It just means more useless money. Like, we know this from hyperinflation from many other countries, where wages were up tenfold year over year, but prices were up 100-fold year over year. So both women and men saw a drop in participation, which also fell for foreign-born and American-born workers, because people are sick of fucking working for shitty jobs and shitty places. And any point in time where you like something I've noticed, actually, we'll read this out first and then I'll tell you what I've noticed. Which also fell for foreign American-born workers. It looks like monthly volatility may have played a role, but we won't know for sure until next month's release, says Daniel Vernazza, chief international economist at the Union Uni Credit Bank in London. Household employment plunged 683,000. It is, however, very volatile. The employment rate, the employment to population ratio, viewed as a measure of an economy's ability to create employment, fell to a one-year low of 60.1% from 60.4% in November. In the future, we are going to look at employment rates. It feels like we're going to look at employment rates as completely useless in general. It's got to be productivity and it's got to be assets. It literally has to be productivity and assets. There's nothing else in terms of economy that's more valuable than that. So the fact that we're focusing and we keep focusing year over year over year over year over year just on the number of jobs doesn't show job inflation. Yeah. More people work part-time for economic reasons, with the number increasing 217,000. A broader measure of unemployment, which includes people who want to work but have given up searching, and those working part-time because they cannot find full-time employment, which I've seen many times before. These financial guys and economists argue, well, they're not looking hard enough. It's like, no, they don't want to go work at a fast food restaurant where they're gonna wage slave themselves for the next 5 years, come out with literally no savings, and probably drug habit. The labor market is not as tight as you think, says Sung Won Son, finance economics professor at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles. I'm still expecting the Fed to cut rates at least a couple of times in the first half of the year. I have noticed a trend with the middle class, the existing middle class, also being incredibly delusional about what is considered real work. And it comes from, and I'll point it out, from people that make about $80,000-$90,000 a year ish and above. And it's not that they're mean or evil or anything, but individuals. It's like they're just they just have no perspective what it's like earn less than that, to be below average. Where, you know, like, personally, for some reason, it's just like a general weird thing. I've been to job sites where I'm waking up early, I'm getting on my bike, I'm biking an hour into work, I'm sweating my guts off, working my shit out, and the boss shows up an hour late. He complains about his car not working properly, the AC in his car not working properly, and then looks at me and tells me to suck it up and to get to work. And I'm like, there's a little bit of a disconnect. Same thing when you go and you work at like a store. I've worked at stores before where the guy shows up in his I'm literally biking to work. Okay, it's like a snowy I remember. Okay, like, I fell, actually broke part of my hand. I biked in, fell on ice, broke my hand, went into worked the whole day, and had to listen to the boss complain about having to drive up in icy whatever weathers and having a difficult time getting into his parking spot. And I'm like, buddy, you don't even have a bike spot for me in this company. There's not even a spot that I can like place it. Roan Woods over on DLive, how you doing? Welcome in. Why would they have that perspective? They don't have to. My friend can't understand why I work. He's super rich. Yes, I've literally talked to people before. I've literally seen people that are like that. We were talking. I've seen this on podcasts, but also talked to somebody about this. I'm like, a lot of people are getting second jobs, and they're like, why? Are they bored? They just don't have anything to do? I'm like, are you crazy? Are you fucking crazy? And this guy has a full-time job working $80,000 a year at a good company. And that's fine having a nice, happy life with that. And I'm not like knocking him for that. But it shows like the disconnect. What do you mean people are getting second jobs for fun? Why is that even like something that you are considering in your brain? Culprit says, this is why you are doing the things you're doing. Second job, exactly. Ron says, Ron or Roan says, just depends on what end of the stick you're on. Well, like, I feel like I'm like the only one around me that's read history books, and the history books that I've read, they're not even that old. They're like less than 100 years old in the history of them. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, guys, like like I'm not pro I want to say I'm not saying do this. I'm not saying do this. And I really mean this. Because for some reason people say when I reference these things they think, "Oh, you're going to do it." But no, there is a reason why during the Russian Revolution, okay, that supposedly middle-class people were pulled out of their homes, killed, starved, abused, okay? It's not a good thing. But I've heard it phrased before as a lot of those middle class, all they had was a house and they had a cow, and that was how wealthy they were. And then the poor people came in and killed a bunch of them and starved everybody out. It's like, no. Yes, they were poor. Okay, yes, the rich people in these countries that fell apart were absolutely poor. They were dirt poor. They were uneducated. Don't get me wrong. Too, the people that were in charge were also uneducated. But there's records of there being punishments for social issues, like insulting the person that I can't remember the name of it, the church in the town, and they would strip somebody bare naked in the middle of winter. Somebody poor, some literally person that had poor, strip them bare naked and throw shit at them as they walk down the middle of town, right? Like, I'm sorry, guys. Second here. Hello? Hi, yeah, sorry, I'm in the middle of something. One sec. I'm back. Yeah, I'm not saying that was like real, but you can totally see how somebody's been treated like that. And that it was normal. It was literally like back in the day, it was like, oh yes, that is what you do with somebody who is socially disruptive in our town. And it's like, I don't agree with it, but they're gonna pull you out of your little mud hut and beat you to death, right? Like if you treat them like that, they will. Not saying that's what's going on right now with their culture. Like I'm not saying it's a good thing either, but like this is real history. Like, it is real history. And when I go downtown Vancouver, and I see all the homeless people, and they're all messed up on drugs, and all I can envision is them getting really, really pissed and walking up to somebody's house, beating them to death. Someone going, "Oh no, but the police! This is illegal!" It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm literally watching guys my age get in full fist fights on the street. They're all they got scrapes and shit all over their faces. And I'm like, you guys expect these people? You guys expect these people to act normal? You expect them? I don't care whether that's what the economy is at all. I don't care it doesn't matter whether or not you think that is like the way the world works. Those people are hurt, they're mentally ill, they're poor, they will do some crazy shit. And at this point, they are doing crazy shit. They are stealing from stores. They are breaking into houses. They're doing it. Culprit says the golden handcuffs are getting too tight. They're getting back to that again. And it has nothing to do with the fact oh, poor people have cell phones nowadays. It has nothing to do with that. Literally, yes, everybody's wealthier. Everybody is wealthier, but that's completely irrelevant. All right? Everybody was getting wealthier in Russia slowly, but socially it was considered unacceptable. So, not to be too crazy. Again, I'm not pushing it. I'm saying it is mentally ill to go into people's houses and kill them. But if you keep compressing the poor down, or not compressing, but even not raising them up with the rest of people, these are the things that happen. And we need to be very aware of it. Because I've already seen literal homeless people drugged out in the middle of my tiny neighborhood, standing in the middle of the street, doing this whole face scratching shit. And this is like a nice little wonderful neighborhood, right? The world doesn't care whether or not, oh yeah, he screwed up and he took drugs and he's poor and doesn't have a job and shit. Like, nobody cares. Nobody cares. Anyways, sorry, that's my little rant. That's my little thing on that. I get a little heated. The job market right now is crazy. There needs to be jobs for these fucking people. Not jobs, sorry. There needs to be paying something that makes someone feel like a freaking human being. Roan says they're only a threat to themselves. Well, yes, they are. But it's also, too, because the environment doesn't allow them to be the best person they can. And yeah, absolutely. There are some people down there that are fully mentally ill, that absolutely, like, they're bad people. I'm not even putting that in that. I'm just saying, like, a lot of wolves in the forest, guys. We don't feed the wolves. They gonna come out of the forest. You know, so again, not to be too political on that, but we have historical markers for these. Anyways, a little scary, little crazy, but and I know I'm getting heated as usual articles. But it doesn't make any fucking sense. And literally everybody I chat to says it doesn't make any sense. And even the people that go, yeah, that's the way the world is, they still say it doesn't make any fucking sense. They go, I don't know what's going on, but that's the way it is. They should have gone to college instead. And it's like, fuck off, dude. Really? I've even had conversations too with people, with like really nice, legitimate people, where I'm like, I think this company's a scam. It looks like a scam. Here's the reason why it's a scam. And they look at me and they go, the guy who runs it's living in a mansion. Are you living in a mansion? I'm like, no. Fuck, jeez, Christ. What are you? You're just like blatantly okay with people scamming people just because they have a mansion, like blatantly okay with it, and like backing it up too. Anyways, stress. Part of what makes me feel old, you know. So, all right, well, we'll avoid the next one here. Second wave of court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Epstein is in the news. Oh man, I didn't pause and record. Oh, I'm gonna do editing and cutting and all sorts of stuff. All right, Jeffrey Epstein, back in the news, a dead man. His list has been revealed. Second wave of court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein unsealed. More than 300 additional pages deepen the pictures of Epstein's elite orbit while resurfacing old claims. Crazy. Look at that face. Anyways. Just so you guys know, over on Twitch, Culprit, you see there's a little thing floating around there. If you press ! jump, you can try and get yourself a little star. I wanted to connect it to other streaming platforms, but there's an issue with it and it works on YouTube. Anyways. Second wave of court documents related to Jeffrey Epstein unsealed. A new batch of documents related to the disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein's sexual abuse were released on Thursday. The additional 19 documents, totaling approximately 300 pages, added to more than 900 pages of documents already unsealed on Wednesday evening. The release of which prompted an online frenzy that crashed a website hosting the documents. Unsealed papers do not appear to contain extensive additional information about Epstein's trafficking of teenage girls and women. They include some discussions of Epstein's accuser, Virginia Giroff, medical records, and a portion of a deposition provided by a medical provider. The documents also included an exchange email between Giroff and the journalist Sharon Churcher, who had been assisting her purist of a book deal. Okay. Assisting her pursuit. Oh my god. Hey, Sal over on D Live. How are you doing? Welcome in. Fortunately, I don't have D Live chat set up on the screen just yet. I want to make it look like the rest of the chats that I have here, and there's... Anyways, we're going to get into that at some point, but I'm going to be reading out all of the D Live chats anyways, and I'll try to read out everybody's chat in general. As is. Okay, we're doing some news, reviews, reacts, channel stuff nowadays. So welcome in. You can't join Discord. Give me 1 second. I'll finish reading this out and then I'll help you out with the Discord thing in a second. Cause it should be set out for the Discord, unless you're talking about this channel's Discord. Anyways, get to that. The documents also included an email exchange between Giraffe and the corrected. Our pursuit of a book deal in the 2011 exchange. Churcher tells Giraffe she is correct to be concerned about what side Vanity Fair was taking in a story involving Epstein. Giraffe responds with an unsubstantiated claim about Bill Clinton, who once associated with Epstein, stormed into Vanity Fair and threatened the magazine story. When I was doing research into VF yesterday, it concerns me what they could want to write about me, considering that B. Clinton walked into VF and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend J.E. Jeffrey wrote. In 2007, page 6 of the New York Post quoted the writer of the Vanity Fair story, John Connolly, rebuffing this claim, which had appeared on Gawker.com. The site reported former President Bill Clinton had visited Vanity Fair edition Graydon Carter in his Times Square office to kill a John Connolly story about a billionaire Jeffrey Epstein. Page 6 says. Is this not about the article? Or is this about like other drama stuff? Sorry guys, I want to make sure that this is... there's some stuff. One document included a deposition excerpt from an unidentified Epstein accuser. While in high school, had been recruited to provide him massages. I worked very, very hard not to recall anything specific about my sexual encounters with this person as one of his victims, she said in the deposition. Jeez, I really cannot read today at all. Sorry guys, never can read any day, but we're still doing this anyways. I don't recall exactly how I was propositioned to get there. I was just there, and all of a sudden something horrible happened to me. Did you bring other girls to him? The woman asked. She answered, yes. I brought friends over. They had been her peers, other high school girls, she said. She also said Epstein had asked her to live with him when she was a teenager. He wanted me to be emancipated, she said. The documents stem from Virginia Giraffe's lawsuit against the British socialite, Ghislaine Maxwell, and included excerpts from depositions and motions in that case. Maxwell was convicted in December 2021 of sex trafficking and similar charges during teenage girls for Epstein. Thousands of pages of documents that lawsuit had been made publicly previously, but some sections have been blackened out because of privacy concerns. Some of the high-profile names that have appeared on the court documents so far include Prince Andrew, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, Michael Jackson, David Copperfield, though many men named are not accused of sexual misconduct. I think that's really important. I've heard this quite a few times, even from people involved directly with the case, that quite a few people named in these, I guess, lawsuits. I didn't know the exact name of it. But a lot of people that are involved with the case in the books weren't actually involved with any of the trafficking. They were just like, he was just a rich person that they knew very well, and he was around them. There's not many rich people, like, there's not many that rich people, so they all tend to know each other. At least that's what I hear. What else do we have? Anything useful? Joanna Sojberg, an accused of the late sexual offender financier, claimed he liked talking about people. Not much more about the documents themselves in this article, but I'm glad at least something is being followed up with the Epstein case. I know his suicide is ruled as suicide, which I'm surprised there's no follow-up on that, but conspiracy theories, things that I don't know enough about to talk about. Okay. So Sal, let's take a look. You wanted to join. Let's take a peek over on DLive. Which Discord are you talking about? Are you talking about the cartoon one? Or are you talking about the one in I have one. This? Oh, this one right here? Yes. Okay, here. Second. Let me give you the I'll give you the direct invite. I don't have the account set up right now to log into and update the link on that. But let me just send this over to you, Sal. Copy. Paste. So we still have the cartoon stuff over on the cartoon Discord, but this is for like our Tech Garage media stuff. We do have the gaming Discord also. See right here, where we post a lot of extra content. I see Culprit has been. Oh, well, I'll do a quick react to one of Culprit's one of Culprit's shorts here. We're gonna give it an upvote anyways.
Oh man, okay. I may have to log out and back in. It's not seeing this, it's not registering this.
He's going for another sip. What flavor is that, Culp?
Peaches and cream? Not bad. Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Oh, I was already logging out. Why would you do that? Oh my goodness. You couldn't wait for me to log out?
Oh dear.
Yeah, you know, it could be better shorts, but that's those are the quick ones that Culprit has up from his Twitch clips using the Twitch feature. Damn, I'm telling you, Culp. Oh my god, this is the funniest. I have to go do this right now. Okay, as is. This guy's. If you guys don't know Culprit's an amazing Twitch streamer. He's been doing stuff for a while, and he recently did the one chip challenge.
Okay, here we go. I gotta go 10 minutes. Okay, I gotta go 10 minutes with this. So let's go over here so I can see my timers. Okay. Oh man. Okay.
10 minutes without drink.
Stop at the.
Hold on.
Okay.
Where's
There's
the chip?
forgive stories.
Give me the chip.
Much dust on that right now.
You dealt with this really well, but the amount of pain that you were in, the amount of I could not possibly imagine.
Okay. 10 minutes.
Well, I can imagine.
10 minutes. Everybody else should have the ability to use the timer as well. I don't have a timer on here.
Trying to talk and trying to do everything.
I don't know where the timer went. What's happening? It's gonna get ready to go.
Stop delaying. Oh, there it is.
How's he even walking right outside? He looks like he's gonna walk it off. He's gonna be
And then they
fine.
hit you with all the memes right away.
Why is it spicy?
Right now, I can feel the heat flaring up on both sides of my tongue. Getting rid of this so I don't. Oh yeah. Ugh. Starting to feel a little scratchy in the back.
Oh, it feels a little bit more than scratch. Just as we go on. Oh my god.
Ooh-wee.
That's how winning is done.
It's just,
I hope.
it doesn't get any better. Like, look at your face.
Oh yeah, we are.
You can't even concentrate. Can't even you can't Culprit. Oh my god. If you guys have not tried the one chip challenge, okay, it is so hot.
Oh man.
Look how fast you.
I do not think I will ever do this kind of challenge again.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you're trying not to move your mouth too, because like every little smack of the lips just like disrupts the spice. It disrupts the spice and pop it. Like look at the.
What the
Oh.
fuck was that?
Oh my goodness.
It doesn't stop. Doesn't stop. It just keeps going.
Whew. Oh, is there? Oh my goodness.
Oh.
We got the hazards on and everything.
Look at the sweat. He's fucking dying.
Oh, everything just
And like this stuff happens.
Oh my goodness.
And you can tell that you're still trying to.
I can't. I'm in neutral. What am I neutral for?
You're trying to
Oh
focus
my goodness.
so hard on the spice, but still try and be a streamer in
We're still
any
trying
way.
to survive, Lucky.
Yes, and you're not. You're trying not to touch his eyes.
Oh.
Like,
Oh my goodness.
actually, oh my
Oh,
god.
everything just ended.
Did it just end? I thought I turned it off.
See, and you're like, like I can tell everything that's going on is just a blur for you. It's just an absolute blur. It is so spicy. Everybody else, guys, it is so hot. Like your nerve endings in your face just explode, and your brain, literally all you can think about is the spice. That's what's going on here.
Burns burn, the ring of fire.
And they're
I can't
trolling
believe you just did that.
They are trolling you.
I can't believe you just did that.
I
Whew.
fell into a burning ring of fire.
Thank you for that tip, Lucky Shot.
Every time he brings his hands up, he wants to try and like wipe it, but it's so hot that like it literally burns your fingers and it literally burns your face. So if you were to do this with it, yeah.
I may have forgot to turn the tip off. I may have.
I
Okay. When I join back
fell
in, we're
into
still on
a
the same
burning
thing.
ring
You
of
just
fire.
joined with me, and we finished it together.
So
Whew.
out of curiosity, did that chip have like nacho flavors,
Oh.
burrito flavors, or anything like that, or was it just hot?
It had.
Yeah, do you remember the flavor, culprit?
It had 0 to 100 burn. My brain? Nope. There was 0 nacho chili taste. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Barely even remembers the freaking.
Oh.
Barely remembers
There
the
was
question.
zero taste at all. It was literally 0 to 100 hot. Oh my god. When I say
My disappointment
that
is immeasurable,
is the hottest thing I've ever experienced.
and my day is ruined.
Oh no. I'm sorry, Lucky. I'm sorry.
I can tell you're slowly starting to sober up here.
Oh, that will. Oh my goodness.
I know, culprit. You
I
can say
would
you
think
blacked out.
that right there is something. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I crushed that chip challenge. Okay, I couldn't think straight,
He still can't think
but I
straight.
crushed it. Okay, I crushed it. Oh my goodness, I did not black out. I did not throw up.
Oh, you blacked out.
Oh my goodness, 40 watch streak.
You said didn't black out, but you blacked
Let's
out.
go,
You're pretty-
Merchant.
Like
I'm a legend.
you can't tell me. This is-
Hey, I'm sitting up straight. Oh,
Guys, I'm sitting up straight. I'm sitting up straight, guys. I'm sitting up. I'm sitting up straight, guys. He was indeed not sitting up straight. I just won. Nice.
The problem is that I didn't fix it beforehand. I can't think straight.
Oh, I do.
I just lost. I'm a legend. I am a legend. 10 minutes legend. Oh, not for that dono. Oh my goodness.
I know,
Oh.
Gopher, you were. I skipped through a bunch of it because it's 10 minutes. But yeah, you're trying to troubleshoot. Okay, that was slowest troubleshooting I've ever seen in my life. It was hilarious. Fucking hilarious. That right there is streaming content. Okay, that right there is streaming content. I'll be clipping this out and throwing it up on my channel too because it's so fucking funny. It's so funny. The pain is just, your eyes are just like blank and just staring off into the distance. Anyway, good times. Okay, we got a little distracted. Starsky and Hutch actor. I'm gonna we'll quickly take a peek at the article. Not gonna read the whole thing, but we'll give it a quick just take a look because I know Starsky and Hutch were super famous. It looks like actor David Soul, best known for his role in the television series Starsky and Hutch, has died at the age of 80. So I said before, I haven't seen the series at all, but I know that was a really, really popular one back in the day. I know a lot of the folks in my life have older, 40, 50, 60. I'm not that old. They watch this show. It's too bad. I've seen him. I recognize the face at least. Born in Chicago on the 28th of August in 1943, David Solberg. As David Solberg, he spent his childhood between South Dakota and post-Second World War Berlin. Actual name was David Solberg. So Solberg was his last name, and he shortened it to Sol. Oh, well. Rest in peace. You were beloved by many. Okay. All right. Let's go take a peek over in the YouTubes. We'll pop over to Amaya Sulack account. Oh, it looks like Pirate Software is talking with.
That also gets in the way
Gamer.
in specific situations where a person is in a location where they're succeeding. So they feel that emotion, even though they're in a loving relationship, they may sabotage it.
Absolutely. This is 100% correct. So this is the
We won't watch that, but that's interesting. The collabs. Mr. Healthy Gamer is getting himself into every corner of the internet. Give me actually one moment here. I'm gonna go start myself some coffee. Just one sec, and we're gonna be able to utilize the BRB screen, which I'll probably need some music for. Damn, Emmy's freaking model.
I'm on top of the world.
Sorry, I'm distracted.
She's
She's a funny streamer. One of the girls that actually hilarious, I would say. Which deserves to be a very good streamer, deserves to be a top tier streamer in a way. Always doing funny shit. Okay, sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna go start my coffee. Let's get some royalty-free music background. At least for us to hang out for a second. There we go. Oh, too upbeat. Give us something that looks chill. 2 minutes. I want something longer. Come on. 2 minutes. 1 minute 35. What are these? Go. All right, stream. A few moments. I'm gonna go grab myself some coffee, and then we'll get back. We'll go take a look at some YouTube videos, maybe dig around, see what else other fun stuff is on the internet. I actually too want to go find some unique websites. I actually had a lot of fun the other day hunting down websites that were unique in general and just kind of reviewing them and viewing them. So wait a few seconds, guys. Hang out for just a moment and enjoy the new BRB screen. Alright, I got some water boiling right now. I'll have to go run and start up the coffee in a sec because I got one of those drip coffee makers. So let's take a look. Actually, let's see if GPT can find something. There used to be an old service, old website called Stumble Upon. Spacebar is broken. Stumble Upon. Does anything like it exist today? Oh, I probably should do this also. And I bet you guys we are going to be looking at skin, or we are going to be looking at something suggestive right away, right at the top. Absolutely knew that. Twitter is becoming a bit of a dumpster fire. It's just like a little bit more than a dumpster fire recently, and it seems like they really want you to pay that. So this is crazy. It's like $25 a month. I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but premium, $20 a month. $20 a freaking month for Twitter. I thought it was $8 US, which would be 10 Canadian dollars. It is 20. Streaming my new internet. Go over. Hit the arrow left so it can be less. Oh, basic. That's what that is. $3.75 a month. Oh. Okay, I'm retarded. We're not clipping this for YouTube. That is not going on YouTube. Either way, the fact that they showed me the $20 fucking subscription at the very start is not that's something I want to see. I remember my tweet. Culprit. Leave me alone, okay? When you looked it up, forgot to. Oh, okay, I appreciate it. Well, the Vancouver police have recently caught up to 2010 by adding in body cameras to all of their officers, or at least starting to. Let's watch how they give themselves pats on the back for adding in a cell phone camera into every officer's pocket.
For the next 6 months, uniformed members of the Vancouver Police Department, working in the downtown core, East Vancouver, and our traffic services section, will be deploying with body-worn cameras. This is part of a trial period, which will help guide us towards a broader rollout for all frontline Vancouver police officers.
This is the body-worn camera. It's the start of my shift, so I'll be turning on the camera by pressing the top button here. I can see that the camera has turned on, as on the LED screen there. It says ready.
It says ready.
It is in a what we call the buffering setting, which is visual recording only, no audio, and it's on 30-second loops. When I'm required to record an interaction, I'm gonna select this center mass here button 2 times. And as you can hear, that beep, that double beep,
so
and as well
dumb.
there are now red lights on the camera. When I decide to end the recording, I select the same button and hold it down for 3 seconds. You'll notice now the lights are gone, and that long durated beep signifies that we're no longer actively recording.
As part of this project, we're aware that people have concerns about their privacy, for good reason. And we're
no, fuck their privacy. I'm sorry. No, fuck their privacy. No, fuck their privacy. I'm sorry, and I know it seems really crazy to say, but if an officer is in a public zone doing public things, absolutely that camera can be turned on. When they're going into a private unit, of course, obviously that's something you want to be careful with, but you still want to record that damn thing. You never not want to have an officer record you. You never not want to have an officer record you. That is number one, okay? Always. Even if you're doing something bad, you still want the officer to record you, okay? The fact that we're
taking steps to address those concerns. This is a big change, and we know that some of you might have some important questions. So for more information or to share your thoughts on body-worn cameras, visit vpd.ca/body-worn cameras.
There is a way to fix this. With regular cell phones and proper training and proper levels of liability, but they don't want to train their officers. They don't want to have proper levels of liability. They want to put all of the responsibility on the company. Oh, I actually got to remove that. Whoops, 1 second here, guys. I got chat messages from the cartoon stream instead. But here's something I'll actually, yeah, we'll fix it in a second. Now, I know officers shouldn't be all computer security experts, but officers should be security experts. Meaning they should know how to record information, how to move information, and how to legally take evidence from one thing and put it in another thing, okay? Like, that should be part of the standard operating procedures of an officer. Now, there's going to be a lot of people in managerial perspectives that disagree with me, and there's also going to be a lot of people in positions of officers right now that also disagree with me, and they only disagree with me because you're an idiot, okay? Simple as that. And I know that's a very bold statement, but as the world changes, there should be levels of responsibility. What you're doing is you're having the equivalent of having an officer giving him a car, but then having somebody else drive the car for them. That's it, right? You're giving them the camera, but you're not actually giving the officer proper responsibilities with the camera. You're saying to the officer, you're saying to everybody else, hey, we don't want our officers to be responsible for anything that goes on. We need a third party to come in and set themselves up with whatnot, the camera. Of course, people are going to argue, like, oh, security and reliability and blah, 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 blah. No, it should be that at any point in time, if an officer wants to and should, if at any point in time an officer has the possibility to record an event, they should be recording an event 100% of the time. Like, there's it's crazy to me that people don't want public, like, I think if you work at any point in time for the government, at any service, you should be fucking recorded. You should be fucking recorded. If my tax dollars, if anybody else's tax dollars are paying for you to work, you should be recorded. Every single tiny little thing you do. Should it be public? No, absolutely not. I'm not saying that recorded information on a body camera or on a whatever it is should be something that everybody should have access to. But should it be accessible? Yes. There's no reason for somebody that works for the government in any way to hide anything. So, just my another one of my 2-cent little getting frustrated with the world and how the lack of responsibility is and training is becoming a big issue. Almost like imagine having an officer and then like not having him trained with a gun, right? That just doesn't make any freaking sense. And not having the officer clean their own gun, or not having the officer maintain their own stuff. It doesn't make sense why you wouldn't apply that same thing to a body camera. Just my sense. All right. What do we got here? Hey, welcome in, Waterfall. How are you doing today? Welcome in. Waterfall says, totally agree. Anyone who carries a gun should carry a camera. I think anybody who has any form of power over people's life in government agencies should carry a camera. If you're a bus driver, you should have a damn camera. Not just for the protection of the bus driver, but for the protection of the people that are paying for the bus driver to do whatever they're doing. I think if, for example, you are dealing with court cases, I think they should all be recorded. Again, should they be public? No. Now, we always go like, well, what about the security of the video footage that happens? You really want all this stuff recorded? Well, it's like, it's being recorded anyways. It's all actually being recorded anyways. Okay? And you're telling me that the people who are responsible for our safety shouldn't be trained on how to safely manage digital data and how to safely set it up in their own organization? We have to rely, like, that doesn't make sense to me. It just really, Waterfall's a little bit late. Waterfall, how about anyone that owns a gun? That's a little bit more difficult because the only reason you can do that is because you have the guns, right? Like the only way that you can enforce, like, I would argue too that yes, in some cases, if somebody's willing to publicly carry or in some events, there's a lot of things that should be recorded, but you have to be able to enforce it. And there's a little bit, of course, with the United States too, the rights and freedoms are a little one thing that you're approaching on. What we're looking at right now too, I'm not sure if Waterfall just came in late. I know Waterfall is also a local. The Vancouver Police Department has just started adding body cameras to all of, here, let me pull this up. Or did I totally miss it up? Yeah, they're adding body cameras to the officers. But to me, this should have been something that 10 years ago we had, right? A freaking GoPro. We all know a GoPro with no Wi-Fi access, with no internet access, with a little stick on it. You're telling me we can't train an officer to record that footage, take out the little SD card, plug it into their secure computer in their office, transfer that securely over to one thing, and have it good enough for the courts? that to me, that seems like something we expect high schoolers to do nowadays. So the fact that the officers are acting like this is such an amazing technology, like this video, voice crack, this video. We're putting
next 6
cameras
months,
on our officers. It's just, I don't know. It's really silly to me. It's theater. It's all theater. It's theater. And there's all these rules about when it records audio and how long it records for. No, every single officer could record their whole day from start to finish in HD footage, even with multiple camera angles all on their body at that one point in time. There's no need for cameras to start and stop. And anyways, I'm just... Yes, it does surveillance state stuff, and yes, it does, but set it up properly and you don't have to worry about anything. Digital security is everything. My big rant there. Let's dig down. If we get in Twitter, let's see. If we get to anything and kind of weird, like Twitter's getting very horny recently and everything, a lot of this content, then we'll jump off of it. Miami Mall shut down by police. Rumors of 8 to 10 foot aliens inside. All right, that's probably not anything. Canadian Muslim family says they're leaving Canada because there's no Islamic environment in Canada. This Islamic... Oh, do this or not? We're leaving Canada. Here's why.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So there are many of you who have asked in the comment section, and many of you have asked in person.
If this gets weird, then
the
we'll
RIS convention, are we still planning to leave Canada? So
The answer is yes. And here are top 5 reasons why we've decided to leave Canada.
Give me top
number 5
reasons.
is
We hate winter.
we hate winter. We are not winter people. Interestingly enough.
All right.
I did go sledding as a kid, but I mean that's kind of
we
a
all
rite of
did
passage.
that was
so.
yeah. That's the good part is when you're young, when you're a kid.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I want to get too deep into that one. That's a little too political for the stream. I will say though, if you're leaving because it's not an Islamic environment, play it. Reasonable not to culprit play.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. So
all right, I will play it. I will play it. Just because you request.
And the reasons why we have considered it.
I went skiing once in my life. It's not for me.
Never been skiing, never been snowboarding.
And we'll
I did go sledding as a kid, but I mean that's kind of a rite of passage.
That was that's the good part is when you're young, when you're a kid.
Yeah.
You know, going tobogganing and that sort of stuff is definitely very fun. We had lots of good experiences as kids, but as we got older, we realized that it's not for us. I don't know about you, but like
that's
myself,
fine.
I never traveled.
I'm okay with
especially as a
that.
kid, so
That's
winter
nice.
Was winter. I didn't
And actually,
have
yeah, you're right, culprit. I should not just read the title of the tweet and assume too that these people are leaving for religious reasons. I really want to point that out. I think that's a good, even though I'm nervous about touching this thing, also too with the Free Palestine hat, and they are being very political outright, but
ability to go and
I need to give them their,
our kids have had that blessing,
say.
alhamdulillah, and they are on board. They love sandy beaches and warm water and not have to go through the winter stuff. So.
Definitely, I feel like both of us suffer from seasonal depression. Like as soon as the weather changes, like we just get exhausted. We're like fatigued. It's just gray all the time. We just don't function.
Reason number 4 is inflation. Is the cost of living. So
has gone
way up,
especially in Canada. Like I know it's like this kind of like around the world, but Canada, it's insane.
Yeah, it's to the point where you have to kind of question, and you look around in Canada in general, like there are a lot of people that are really suffering with the cost of groceries, with the cost of literally everything. So we kind of made the conscious decision, how does that affect our family? You know, can we get through it? You know, if we had to, yes, we could, but again, when there's so many other things affecting our decision, it's just another kind of straw on the camel's back, so to speak.
Definitely. And if you think about it, like a lot of families in Canada are basically living like paycheck.
All right, culprit, you just need reasons not to come to Canada. Is that what you're saying? Okay. We don't have McDonald's on every corner, so you know might not be good for you up here. I'm just
paycheck to paycheck, and there's no room in there for things that you want to do in life that you might be saving for, like if you want to go for Umrah or you want to go, you know.
I know for Americans, you might go through withdrawal if you don't go 5 minutes without seeing a McDicks, but
blessed that we're able to do these things, but like looking at it long term, we definitely see Canada doing one of these. Reason number 3
is there's no Islamic environment in Canada. Now I will preface that statement by saying there are certainly certain locations within Canada where there is a high amount of Muslims living. But what we mean by Islamic environment is that in certain countries, again, we've traveled to a few different Muslim countries, that when you go there, you hear the adhan, the call to prayer 5 times a day. It's playing on the loudspeakers. That constant reminder. Whether you're in the mall in Dubai or Malaysia or wherever you are, you hear the adhan go off.
Everybody goes to pray.
But there's somewhere to pray.
You have accessibility to go.
That's
and pray.
crazy shit though. If that's the reason why they're quoting, why they're leaving, thank God. I don't fucking want that here. I don't even want the Christians doing it, okay? None.
We struggle when we're out and about. We have to, pray in parking lots. We have to pray in places that aren't clean. Like, it's just not an easy way to practice being a Muslim. And not just that, but like accessibility of halal food, being close to a masjid. Like, there's so many things. Like,
and probably the biggest aspect of that, I would say, is that in Canada you have to.
And it's delusional. I'm sorry, it's fucking delusional. We're not gonna adhere to this mass delusion. Simple as that. I do appreciate the culture. I do love the love that comes out of it. I do even think there's a lot of things that I've heard, of course, things being clean, things being precise, honesty. There's a lot of good parts to this culture. But having your fucking prayers ring out through your entire goddamn city all the time is shared delusion. It is full-on delusional.
Question your daily life in terms of being a visible Muslim in today's day and age with everything going on in the world. The hate crimes against Muslims are at an all-time high.
And if you can't be devoted to something, if you can't have an idea about something without having it constantly reminded to you about that thing, I'm gonna let you finish that sentence.
As a parent, as a father of two little girls that will eventually wear the hijab, if that's again, it's their choice, but they see their mother wear them, they want to wear it. So it worries me as a father. When my little girls go out, are they going to be the victim of a hate crime? Are they going to have their hijabs ripped off? Are they going to have and at that point,
it's a constant worry.
Yeah, for now they're little and daddy's there to protect them, right? But
wait, what? What's the reasoning?
Constant worry.
Yeah, for now they're little and daddy's there to protect them. As a father, when my little girls go out, are they going to be the victim of a hate crime? Are they going to have their hijabs ripped off? Are they going to have and at that point,
it's a constant worry.
Yeah, for now they're little and
so we need to be aware of the points that they're making, because they're now going into internal points within a third point, which is about it not being a religious enough area. They think their girls are going to be hated on. That is a prediction, which I understand in a way, but that's different from being, oh, this is not the environment that contains the stuff that I like. That's a different argument, right? If I say culprit doesn't want to come up to the United States because there's no McDonald's, that's one thing, right? But if I say culprit doesn't want to come up to the United States because when he says he likes McDonald's, we throw rocks at him, that's a whole different thing, right? So we've inserted a different reasoning into the initial reasoning. I'm fine with them being honest about stuff, but this is like conversational dishonesty, right? Where you framed something as, oh, this world isn't set up for us. But then also you come in and you've reframed it as, we're scared that we might be abused. And it's like, again, they may be trying to put together some kind of cohesive argument with it, but it's very weird and a little bit deceptive.
He's there to protect them, right? But when they're a little bit bigger, I'm not going to be there all the time.
And to be honest, I'm a walking target. I wear a hijab, very visible Muslim woman.
What do you mean you're a walking target? The only reason, as far as I know, why a Canadian would target you is if they think you're pushing violent rhetoric. Like, literally, and I'm not saying it's good for people to target you, but that's the only reason why someone might come after you in this country. Come after you verbally, right? Hey, get the fuck out of here. And there are crazy people, but we've injected a different argument.
There are plenty of Muslims, and so for us in this area, it's fine, but like in other communities.
Because the argument initially would be, we find this place hostile to our religion. That's a different, again, I think that's the argument they'd be saying here. So
it's just a hard.
They've said, we don't hear songs and prayers everywhere, and it's a hostile environment. Neither of these have to do with there being enough culture of their culture in the area.
Environment to live in today's day and age. We just want to be in an environment where we're not having to constantly worry.
And it's something to be said of that comfort of when you walk outside the door, these things aren't going through your mind.
Yeah.
Right. And for us, that's, again, it's we can deal with it. We're adults.
Yeah.
We've both of us.
Our kids.
Yeah, exactly. Both of us have grown up in a place where there are no visible Muslims per se, especially back in the day.
And I want to point out, he's wearing a fucking Free Palestine hat. That is like wearing a Make America Great Again hat. Not in the equivalence of its political action, okay, but in the equivalence of the intensity at which you're speaking about a subject. If I go out and I have any symbology on me referencing whether or not I am pro or against a certain conflict, if I go out and I wear pro-Ukraine or pro-Russia clothing, people are gonna be pissed at me. It doesn't matter what. If I wear right-wing or left-wing stuff, I am gonna get pushback.
And now we're in a place where there are plenty of visible Muslims, but it's our children and what that's going to look like for them later on.
Yeah. Okay, so reason number 2 is society in Canada is doing one of these. Like, there's a lot of indoctrination happening in both schools.
What does that mean? Give me an example.
Stores, banks, everything.
We as Muslims, first and foremost, we believe what we believe. Other people are free to believe what they believe. This is why Allah says in the Quran, in regards to non-Muslims and the debate between them, essentially, is that you believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. This is to paraphrase poorly.
So she said indoctrination. Now we need an example. We need a solid example of what the indoctrination is. So this should be something along the lines of, oh, they are indoctrinated in an anti-Muslim society. So when they go to school, they receive, this would be a critique. I would like to see this. But we're like 4 sentences into this.
And I'm not going to believe what you believe, and you're not going to believe what I believe. But at the end of the day, lakum dinukum waliyadin, to you is your way of life, and to me is mine. It is a well understood fact. Anything really to do with other than a man and a woman in the sanctity of marriage and the confines of marriage, that this is not permissible for us. Now, that doesn't mean in any way, shape, or form that we are allowed to hate, or we are allowed to hurt, or we are allowed to harm.
Culprit says, okay, you've seen this thing, couple. I've done it, and it's very helpful to know some of the religious differences. You looked at them to make sure that you don't offend. This is a personal agenda vid. This has nothing to do with Canada, but the people should be bending to them. Exactly. Exactly. None of this so far has been like the direct critique of Canadian culture, Canadian action, Canadian political will, Canadian... The money I get the inflation thing. I kind of get the cold. If you don't like the cold, that's totally fine. But again, what's the indoctrination? What is the indoctrination? You need to tell me what the indoctrination is, or else we don't have it. And Culprit said the first 2 was great. Yeah, that's fine too. Again, we have to be able to think of the framing. Like, if we have a list of things, it's like, these are the things that I really like in life. I like flowers. I like donuts. I like hugs. I like overthrowing the systemic capitalist environment surrounded by greedy corporate overlords. It's like, how did we get here? How did we get here?
Based upon what we believe, but we also have to understand that, you know, a drag queen story time at our public mall
or library
is not something that we even want our kids to even understand, you know, what it is.
So, for instance, the community that we grew up in, we have visited.
Okay, so we're getting close to examples. Again, I'm not saying with drag queen stuff I agree with what's going on with whatever, but we're getting closer to examples. That is fine, but how is that Canadian culture? I need this to know. I need this to know. I can probably argue for this. This is where I could probably argue for them, right? Like where the weird indoctrination of sexuality and presentations and why am I? Oh, anyways, the notification. I thought I said anyways. I thought my little guy down there got a star. That's fine. I can argue for them, but I'm not hearing those things other than transsexuals and kids. They're like seeing each other, and it's like, okay, you know, I'm totally against drag show with kids, and like, again, but they're allowed to do their own thing as long as it's not pedophilia, which I know people are pushing for, that kind of stuff, but that's such a minority. How is that Canadian? How is that Canadian? How does that make it Canadian? You need to explain these things. You need to explain why. You need to have reason or you have to have opinion, reason, logic, conclusion.
Few times since we moved out here to Ontario, and it has deteriorated completely.
Culprit said then they went full blown. I can't pray in the dirtiness. Yoga mats are a thing. How is cleanliness? No, it really. So there's a lot of things with our culture that you have to do that are very, 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 very specific. Calling our country dirty. It's a low key, like, little jab at it, because technically our country, you're free to do whatever kind of thing you want. We do have some weird social political rules, but the reason why we have social political rules is because our elites try to think that they know more about what these guys want than what they actually want, right? So we do have to deal with this, and like these guys, I just mean like people that are outside of the Canadian center. And like, again, I'm not defending the dumbasses that run Canadian schools and their weird political agendas, but like, you're free to do whatever you want. Like Culprit said, this is very much a bend the world around me kind of thing. And this is very much what Muslims have done in a lot of the other parts of the world. That is why you run your fucking music all day and your damn prayers all day over the speaker. Why? Because you have to enforce it on everybody else. It's this mentality of I am free to enforce my world on everybody else, but you can't stop me from enforcing my world on everybody else. Insane.
In the town that we grew up in, without seeing people passed out on the ground or like needles everywhere or people in tents, literally at the playground. Like things are really bad here. Things are progressively getting worse, and our kids have so many questions, and it's just like a safety thing.
So their point is poverty. I would like to question where they're from and what the poor look like in their country.
It's just not something that we want
city.
to raise our kids in, and amongst so many other things, like there's things that they're teaching in schools without parents knowing. Yeah, there's like so many things that are just in play in Canada that it really scares the hell out of us, and we would much rather just be in an environment where our kids can just be kids. Like that is the ultimate goal.
For sure, and I will not bow or break or bend to a government trying to tell me how I have to parent my children. And the number one reason why we have decided to leave this country.
So our government isn't telling you how to parent your children. There are some kind of weird approaching things that do approach weird social pressure meant to push Canadians into thinking the way that the Canadian government wants them to think. But you're free to have your kids grow up however you want, man. You know, we just say don't be violent to people. But the problem is a lot of cultures, they don't see violence as really violence. I'm not saying these guys do particularly. I'm not accusing them individually. But there's a reason why Canadians have decided to go the route of pushing social issues in school. It's because they feel like a lot of other places see violence as not really violence. It's a thing we have to deal with too here in Canada. Men beating their wives and families was a very, 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 very common thing back in the day. And it's not considered violence. It was never considered violence. Considered lessons, teaching people things. So, as we slowly phase that out as a culture, other cultures come in. They're uncomfortable with us saying, "Hey, you're allowed to wear a hijab. What you're not allowed to do is force somebody to wear a hijab."
The big push.
Yeah, we could accept the previous four. We've done it. We've lived in this country our whole lives, and we would be okay, and we would make it through. But the number one reason that has broke the camel's back for us is we have a government, no matter which political party you choose, that just completely and utterly supports the genocide that is taking place in Gaza.
Yeah,
and
Palestine.
In Palestine in general.
Yeah, so we have seen our leaders stand with Israel in ways that has shocked, like quite literally shocked
while
us.
condemning peaceful Palestinian protests.
Examples, please. I want examples.
And we don't want any part of it anymore.
No.
We can't. Like, if we have the option to make hijra.
Culper, they lived in Canada. Yeah, there's so many families that are like this. So for example, I know a guy, okay, whose dad is from Vietnam, who they escaped Vietnam, all right, during their whole mass genocide bullshit. But he's highly right-wing and pro Donald Trump and pro North Korean Kim Jong-un. Okay? And they come here and they build their little lives. And he said, this guy that I was talking with, he's like, yeah, my dad does his best to try and separate us from everything else and make it so that it's all about his like little political sphere and how the world is all about that. Grass is always greener on the other side, right? Until you're on the greenest side, and then you end up going somewhere else and
make the conscious decision not to support a government that is complicit in a genocide that's taking place against literally our people. We're gonna make that choice.
The Prophet ﷺ and his companions, may Allah be pleased with them, they made hijrah for the sake of protecting their iman.
The biggest issue is that I don't agree with what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. I've done quite a bit of research on this. but a lot of it's based in crazy fucking religious shit. If the Palestinians dropped all of their crazy religious shit, knock my stuff over, okay, said, sorry guys, we're gonna stop bombing you, fucking give our houses back, then the UN would come in, the UN would see Palestine, and they would go, Israel, back the fuck off. But they're not. And I do understand too that Palestine's in poverty, but being impoverished is no reason to destroy your own what's it called? Your own argument, I guess, more than anything else. From what I've seen with our government, the only reason why we're backing Israel is to try and create peace, because the Palestinians are not going to create peace, right? This is the argument, and I need to frame this, because if these guys are going to frame it this way, we have to add in what the asterisk is, what the real final condition is from Palestinians. The final condition is that the Jews are either dead or completely out. And where do they go? They go nowhere, right? So they're dead. They're dead or they're that was like the original goal, okay? So, not saying like the Israelis are treating them pretty shitty, but from the Western world, from the view of Canada, we are going to side with the people that match more of what we consider Western culture, Western morals. Even if it's not all the way there, we'll still do it. What they don't realize is that we here in Canada, we here in the United States and Canada, our governments do not lead like other governments do. Our governments do not lead like the Palestinian governments do. Our government cannot say, go bomb these people. They can try and they can do political manipulation to push for it. But the amount of power that the Palestinians have, the individual Palestinians have over Palestine, right, is a totally different structure of government. So to equate the two is what's happening, as long as they're going, all these governments are the exact same, and therefore Canadians are declaring they're siding with Israel, and therefore they want to genocide all Palestinians. It's like, no, that's not what Canada is siding with at all. And this is a completely bad faith representation of what a Canadian would consider when looking at the Israel-Palestine conflict. It is a terrible bad faith. And they say it's the number one reason. They say it's the number one reason. And keep in mind, this list is reversed. They didn't put the cold and inflation. They put them first to make them feel like they were the first things, the number one things. But they didn't. They stayed up to the very, very end.
Whether it be to Abyssinia in the first migration or to Yathrib in the second migration, they left so that they could live in peace and so that they could practice their faith openly with no interruptions.
And no fears and worries about safety. And our parents came to this country to give us a better life. Like whether it's your parents down the road, your grandparents, great-grandparents, whoever came to Canada, and then my parents. And alhamdulillah, like we are so grateful. Like don't ever think that we're ungrateful, because we are so grateful. But now it's the next step, right? And
don't sound very grateful.
Who knows? Like maybe our grandchildren might need to do it again. Like who knows, right? And so for them, this was the right decision to come here, and for us, this is the right decision, is to leave.
These are the top 5 reasons, guys, why we have decided to leave this country. If you guys have anything to say about that, you can drop a comment down below. If you have any suggestions about countries that we should go to or check out, please again leave us a comment down below.
And so we are starting our trek.
I'll leave my comment. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm fine with people being critical. I'm very critical of Canada. If any of my family is watching this, they'll know I can be very, very critical of Canada. But you can't just go, you're poopy. Why? Because you smell. But why? Because you're poopy. It's like, give me a reason. What's the policy? What is the Canadian policy? So, Gulper, did that convince you to not come up here? Gulper, do you feel like that was farming views? Not actually useful information? Yeah, a lot of that is farming views. A lot. Religious countries, all it is social. Like it's the weird human priority over like the guy that stands in the crowd that goes, "You're all wrong, and you're doing bad." Actually, well, the guy who stands in the middle of the crowd says, "Everybody here is right. I love everybody here. Everybody is great." Lives in a mansion. The guy who stands up to the crowd and goes, "No, I think you guys are wrong. I think this is stupid." A lot of places gets their head cut off. And so we're just so lucky that we happen to live in North America in many cases, where hundreds of millions of people have died to be able to be the way things are right now. But when there's a lot of countries out there that are purely social, they are 100%, everything they do is about social gain. And what's difficult is when a lot of people from North America head over there, is what it is. They'll go over to places like Dubai, for example. It's an excellent one. And look, the place is so beautiful. Everybody's so nice. Well, yeah, everybody's really nice that you get to meet that are allowed to use the facilities. You don't see the guys that are literally enslaved, sleeping in work camps, that they move in and out of the place. But it's because everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. Look, everybody likes the religion. It's insane. It's delusional. And Culprit is right. It is farming views, but it's all farming views. That's all it all is. That's what they're talking about when they want to have music and prayer over the speakers. They're farming views. You just don't have a choice to not view it. Like in these countries, you have no choice not to view their meme. And that's what it is. The religion is a meme. Our Christianity, a lot of it is a meme. Yes, you can be spiritual and you can have an attachment to story, and it's good to create understanding, and it's good. It's really good. Again, I agree with a lot of Muslim morals. I agree with the foundation of a lot of these ideas. I agree with the cleanliness that they espouse, and I agree with the levels of respect they espouse. But it's all social in the end. It's all view farming. All of it is view farming. You know. Not to be too extreme, but this is kind of, Muhammad is the greatest fucking meme ever. Muhammad is the greatest meme ever. Why? Because he got everybody to make his name Muhammad. Muhammad. It's like, real farming views there. That's all farming views. May not like it, but it is what it is. Packy McComrick. WTF happened in 1971. What is this? West has begun to shift away from a cultural progress and towards one of caution, worry, and risk aversion. Words per million related to themes of progress versus caution. English, French. Oh, okay. This is pretty cool. I don't know where this data is from. All right, we have the reference down below actually. Progress, advancement, improvement, rise, future, threat, worry. Sources: Alahem et al., Google Books, Ngram Viewer, the Madison Project Database. So this is a cool little chart of what happens when you take all of the words in all of the different text that a society creates to see what the most common text is. What are the things that we see the most? Well, in the past, as this is showing out, people are saying what happened in 1971. We're talking a lot about progress in the future. Talking about a lot about the progress in the future. And now, caution, worry, and risk, those words are starting to float up into more common lexicon, I think the word is that we're going for. Now, I'm of two mindsets because I know the West did a little bit of unequal trade with other countries and was a little bit risky with money that wasn't theirs and all that. We have a little bit of that. But this is really sad to see. It is really sad to see that progress, the future, are no longer or are slowly becoming less and less common. And I would hate to see this switch where caution, worry, and risk become common words, right? of our society. So what else do we him Joshi Imi Joshi says, this is 100% misogyny, by the way. If you ever watch Breaking Bad, she's basically the most sympathetic character. Our followers on Instagram voted out Skylar White as the #1 most hated show character. Now, recently, I have actually gone back and taken a look at some of Breaking Bad, and I fully agree. I agree that they were both irritating characters. And I do agree that Skylar, it was her attitude that people didn't like. I don't think it was necessarily misogyny as much as it was the way that she went about doing it. Everything she did, it was framed as totally stupid. It was framed as absolutely ridiculous. But she made a lot of very, very, very smart decisions throughout the series. Now, this is a part of the director. Again, I don't think it's misogyny. I think it's the fact that they put people in the shoes of Walter White. And what happens, you get lost in that story where it's like, Jesse, we need to cook, right? And so then as the viewer, you're like, we need to cook. Jesse. Oh, my internet just died. We're good. We're back. I think we're good. Yeah, internet's being a little funky. This is later on in the day, it messes up a bit. But Jesse, we need to cook, right? And then so as viewer, you're like, Jesse, we need to cook. And Skylar comes along, y'all cooking meth. I don't know if I appreciate this. And we're like, get out of here, lady. We're cooking meth. So I can see why people hate her, because she was like one of the biggest hurdles. And they probably could have gotten away with it too. But they're also making meth. Right? Like, you know, culture is about the cash. This and she was good with the cash too. She was the one like laundering it all. So the cheating, like I can see Nick says, well, she did trick Ted. The cheating was a little bit weird, but at the time, emotionally, you feel, you're like, oh no, Walter, she's got cancer, and he's just doing the best for the family. Oh, my water's boiling, by the way, it's for my coffee. I didn't go get it. But in the end, it's like, Walter, you're making meth, dude. Mauga nerfs are coming. What do we got from Mauga? See, Twitter's nice once you get past the porn. Okay? Like, literally every single time I've opened it up. And it's not like porn. But it's like, come to my OnlyFans. See my this. Go watch this. It is really nice. Not seeing that all the time. Do I want to spend the $3.50 to not see those? And I don't even know if I'm not going to see them. I don't know. Mauga nerfs. Alex Dawson claimed these changes may be harsher than necessary after the team had to leave him in an overpowered state. I will see what happens when it happens. The German language is meme posts. Miami, possibly the biggest truth. What is this? I think it's for team fighting. Weird. Oh, it's just a huge police force. Well, teenagers fighting can be scary. All right, you guys are gonna have to give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go get my coffee set up. So just give me just a few minutes. You know, I'm gonna go run and get my stuff together, grab myself a drink. And then we will continue going through. Maybe we'll hop over to YouTube and take a look and see what fun stuff's going on over there. So just give me a few minutes, everybody. I will be back. Be right back. All right, here we are, guys. We got our beautiful cup of coffee and our wonderful little flower mug. Hi. That way. Anyways. How was everybody's day been today, actually? I'll give you guys an ask. I don't think I asked everybody in stream yet. If anyone's hanging out, you don't need to respond if you're just doing something. Now that we're hanging out, having a little coffee. I know Culper likes to have me on while he works, so I imagine you're probably doing doing the regular old support grind. He might have been muted right now too. Let me testing. Can we hear? Yeah, we can hear. There we go. Welcome in, everybody. How are we all doing today? A little. Hanging out. Hopefully it's a slow day for you, Culp. Not a little, not too crazy. Well, I jinxed it? Oh, you just get a call? Sorry about that. I get the camera to focus just a little more. Oh, maybe. Pretty shitty coffee too. It's like, it's the cheap Folgers, I think it is. Like the... Yeah. Just take a few moments here, guys. Get a coffee, grab a tea. 12:47 at the moment. For some of you, it's near the end of the day if you're at the East Coast. For some of you, probably midway through the day, just finishing up lunch. We have I think too, especially as we get near the end of the day, we should start seeing a few other people join us. Chat. Usually now is when the rest of the Scrub Club starts to lurk their way into the games. Here, let me I'll pull up the Discord while we're pop it over here. Not starting soon. The Discord. Posted new photos of the place. Recently, everybody has been really loving Eco. I am so glad. Oh, did my camera just die? Did my camera just die? What the heck happened? It did just die. Hold on, let me see what I can do here. So I'm up here. That works. Oh, I have to deactivate and reactivate. Two different camera sources. figure that one out. I love having I'll let Culprit decide, actually. I love having the little faded outside on this, but but where is it? Where's the setting? Oh, maybe I'll change it later. My filters, but I can have it without. Makes it feel less cramped when I'm in this view right here. So you'll see. Yeah, it's the two different sources that mess it up. Basically, when it's sticking that filter around the corner, around the edge, it messes up when flipping between this and like my hanging out source. But I could do a second camera, and we could have like a second hangout camera kind of set up, which might be nice. Something like that. Just so everybody knows, too, I do see we have a few other people lurking in some of the other channels as well. If you guys like, well, we'll say just for if you have it over on Twitch and you have a Prime sub, hop on over. You know, if you got them, use them. I'd appreciate it, definitely. For anybody who's hanging out casually, if you subscribe. Okay, I don't have any direct perks for this stream right now, but we do have another community full of a bunch of other video games and content and whatnot. So if you would like to support, of course, you can subscribe here. But also, too, if you are thinking about supporting us monthly, or patreon.com/scrubclub is more of our fun entertainment video game community setup. But also, too, if you want, over on DLive, every once in a while, I'll try and call it. They actually have a little drops thing where you can get a bunch of currency, and you can subscribe over there. And I do get paid for that, which is quite nice. But I will call that before anybody else wants to pop over to different channels. Just so if you want to be on your favorite streaming platform, you can be on your favorite streaming platform. I have worked so hard. We've actually, show you guys too, while we're at it, we have the DLive stream. We have the Rumble stream now. Culprit says, yeah, you just have one camera source that gets manipulated with filters as they move around. I don't know if this is like a issue with my camera specifically. I feel like old ones I have been able to just flip over, change the filter, it's not an issue. But for some reason with this one, when I flip over to this full cam view, oh, there we go. Actually, this full cam view, you can see there's the edges. It flips instantly. I have another full cam view where it's actually the full cam. It's this one right here. It's this full cam right. Zoom. What if I just did streams like this from now on? This is our. Oh, I gotta like put my head in the exact spot. This is the new shtick. You guys get the ultimate reaction camera. Whoa! Oh, actually, it's so hard to keep my face in view. Whoa! That's an amazing video! That news is crazy! Feel such a weird faces. What we might do too, in a small bit, we might pop open Eco and see what's going on. Alex Jones. Oh my god! Guys! Guys, they're turning the frogs gay! They're turning the frogs! Every single one of them! I'm gonna say 50 crazy things, and at least one of them is gonna be right, and that's gonna be the one that I'm gonna be telling everybody that I'm right about. They are making lizards out there with 16 tails, okay? 16 tails. And they're making them Islamic and strapping bombs to their bodies and putting them on planes. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. America will be great again. It's a totally different vibe. It's a totally, like, it's kind of cool the way the camera actually, like, defines the vibe of the stream. How is everybody doing? Or I can pull it back and we do, or zoom it right in. We get, I'm having too much fun with this. It is great too. I do want to say, guys, I love this. This is excellent. I'm going to show this off. I'm not sure if Sal or anybody's lurking over on the D-Live channel right now, but this is our little cartoon stream. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with it, but we do public domain cartoons 24/7. And I thought I lost my little community. I thought I lost a bunch of people, but Sal here, she's been wonderful, been with us for absolutely years. She is back. I got to give her the recognition. And Max9 has also been an excellent supporter. Let me just ping him here. At Max. Alex, oh god, he's clipped it. Culprit, I already have clips that I'm really embarrassed whenever I go into someone's channel and they have the little frickin' intro thing and someone clips me. Like there's one where there was this super nice group of people, okay? And they're super wholesome. They're playing Minecraft. I raid into them. We're saying hi. And it's literally me, Kiri, and Sleepy. And I'm like, they're bugging me about something. And I literally go, shut the fuck up. Sleepy, no, fuck you. Shut up. Fuck off. I don't want to deal with it. And the clip ends. And there's like no context. And they're losing their shit laughing the whole time. The whole outside the clip. They're laughing so hard. But then like the streamer's like, welcome in, Sulack. How you doing? I was just like, hi. Thanks. Let's take a look. Oh my god, guys, they're turning the frogs gay. They're turning the frogs, every single one of them. As I'm gonna say 50 crazy things, and at least one of them is gonna be right, and that's gonna be the one that I'm gonna be telling everybody that I'm right about. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Can I download this? Alex Jones. There we go. We'll download this sucker. Save video as Sulack streams YouTube. Done. Did I download it? Alex Jones. Oh yeah, okay. And there we go. We go straight to YouTube. Perfect clip. You feel leaving at that second. So I like that. I appreciate that. That's a good edit. That's a very good edit. We'll just upload it right now. Why the heck not? Sulack streams. Upload video. Context means a lot. I know. That's exactly like I was like I took it in good faith after a second, but when like I did that and I rated in, at the moment I was like, gee, that is a bad clip. That is a really bad one. What do we name this? What are we gonna name this? We're gonna go Sulack is the new Alex Jones. Reuse details. We'll grab one from a news article. We'll grab one from, take a look, Twitter. Different playlist. Get rid of all these. We're gonna select no. Lips be crazy. No, it's not made for kids. And then here's what we do. I'll walk us just through my little my process. Alex Jones of making. Where's my crazy eyes? There we go. There's the crazy eyes. That's what we want. So we're gonna grab this. We're gonna put up a quick program called GIMP, G-I-M-P. And we are gonna open up our media template right there. Paste that in. Control-Shift-T. Background that faux shizzle. Make this a little bit lighter. And then we gotta grab a Alex Jones photo. Alex Jones. Yes, yes. The smug image, I like that. We'll grab this one of him looking exceptionally smug. We will file new, paste. Whoops. Paste. And then we're gonna do this little funky thing, which is grabbing him from the image. Ow. Draw a foreground. Gotta bring the stroke width up. Grab his sweaty forehead. There we go. All the hair that he has left. Cut that sucker out. Go back over here. There we go. Paste, paste. Get that sucker underneath that layer. And then we do add some text. We're gonna call it the new Alex Jones. White text. Opacity down. File, export as, bam and bam. And we have our new thumbnail. Gee. Port. And where is that now? Thumbnails. I need to use the Fortnite font. It actually would work, wouldn't it? Oh, that's I don't know why I find that so funny. Seriously, oh yeah, well, what is the Fortnite font? Hold on. Fortnite font. Fortnite, the font, download, font, Fortnite, Fortnite OTF, install. There we go, Culp. Just for you. Just for you. Is it gonna automatically install for me? Hold on. LMNOP, ABCDEF. I have to read. That or use Oblex? Or changes. Why did I just Discord the changes? Ah! Can I... Oh, I saved it over my media template, so at least I can recover it. ABC F. Franklin fix. It's called Fortnite OT. Maybe I'll close it first and give this an install. Burbank Big install. Do I have to import? I don't think so. Fonts are default across the entire Oh, it's called Burbank. It's just labeled incorrectly. That's why. We're not labeled incorrectly, it's just labeled differently. Burbank Big Condenser, that's what I was looking for. Open recent, media template, we're gonna have to fix this template anyways. The Burbank Big Condensed. Oh, this kills my soul, Culfred. This this kills my soul. Oh. Yes, we're doing it. We're committing. We're committing. Outline at 4? What do you mean? Outline at a 4 with a different color. Shit. How to... I don't know how to outline. Outline. Text. Text. GIMP. Hold on. Stroke. Where is... I'm having a stroke. I can use black. I don't even know what I'm looking at, culprit. Or vibrant blue. How do I... Where do I do anything involving this? I hate you. I hate you, culprit. Why do you do this to me? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this, culprit? It's FOSS. Simple steps. outline, adding outline, create your text, copy outline, add new transparent layer, add outlined path. Alright, text is copy outline. You can select the text of your canvas. Put your face on his angle. That shit and make him larger. I don't want to put too much effort into this. It's gonna get like 20 views, okay? And then like... I spend more time on the thumbnail. Spend way more time on the thumbnail than on anything else. You want to do this now? There we go. Oh wait. Oh shit. What did I just? Oh my. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I need an adult. I need an adult. The new Alex Jones. Okay, how do we do the text outline? Please, selects select text box. It's path from text. Not 3 simple steps. Rotate him. Culprit! Go make your own freaking thumbnails. Are you happy? What do you mean rotate him? What are we doing here? Okay. How am I doing this? GIMP forum thread of an outline. How do I do this? Add an outline. How is it different? I don't even know where the settings are. It's I have no idea. Wait, Pixlab? Confirm text editing? What is this? Don't do it that way. That was a millennium. There are tons of plugins to automatically do this. Yes, you can edit text after outlining it. GIMP already has this feature. You can outline and edit the text if you want to. The one clip. Fill light. Oh, light and drop shadow? Maybe? Filters. Light and shadow. Drop shadow. Oh, there we go. And so we can do blue. Oh, that looks really bad. No drop shadow? It's different. You're using the drop shadow effect. Drop shadow, Y to 0, blur radius to 0, opacity at 1 or 2, X 0, 0, oh no, 0. There we go, 0, blur radius, grow radius, oh. I just want the outline and drop in black. Is this not it? Is this not it, culprit? What do you mean? Or is it not perfect enough? Okay, you know what? You want You want just the outline and the drop in black. You're gonna you're gonna have to explain it to me some other time. I'm just gonna go with the drop shadow and the blue outline. You're using the drop shadow effect, right? Like here, like I'll show you. You drop shadow it. You put the drop shadow flat in behind, dead in behind. Expand the drop shadow or 0 blur. We want the color to be blue. Oh, I did the wrong thing. Edit. God, what am I doing here? Culprit. I was all good. Okay. And center align. There we go. The new Alex Jones. And then I come in here. We go filters. Drop shadow. Actually, I should. Why is everything so complicated? Why does life have to be so complicated? And something underrated. Face should be on Alex Jones. Your face should be. I'd like to see him try. I would like to see him try. Come after me. No, you're totally allowed to doing this stuff. You can clickbait all you want on YouTube. Or face bait, sorry. Not clickbait. Why is it not being affected? We just had it work. What am I missing? Ooh, I need to go to the bathroom too. What is this? Okay, so 0. Come on, 0. Blur radius should be 0. Oh, opacity, that's what I'm looking at. Okay. That's really bad. Alfred, this looks terrible. I'm gonna blame you, even though I didn't do it the way you said. God. Even though I didn't do it the way that you said, I'm still gonna blame you for this. That looks so bad. Oh my god. It's gonna get 1 million views. I hate it. It always, everything I hate always is most popular. And then we save our media template and we upload to Rumble also. It seems. Okay, where is it? I need to go to the bathroom really quickly too. So I'm going to quickly get the. It's so bad. So bad. Sleepy's gonna say something about this, you know that? Like, Sleepy's going to school for, like, font and shit like that, and, like, graphic design. I'm gonna get some, like, Sulack, that text doesn't properly represent... Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Alright, let's get this up here. Alex Jones. Oh. Okay. Add. Culford, look at this, man. What are you doing to me? Like, if I go over... Well, I haven't been, like, consistent with my font anyways. So maybe... Oh, it's still processing. We're good. It might look a little better. I will agree with you. It might be a little bit more... Especially, yeah. We're gonna watch a video, Culprit. There's actually a video that I watched yesterday, but I want to share it. So we will go over it in just a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. And I will be RB. Let me just paste in these last little bits. But it is Clicks Phillip talking about the Clicks Empire. Okay. All right, gamers and non-gamers and everybody, BRB. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I had to run to the bathroom too, culprit. How did it turn out? As terrible as I thought it would be. Yeah, just as bad as I thought it would be. I don't know, man. It's certainly Alex Jones. Oh my god! Guys! Guys, they're turning the frogs gay! They're turning the frogs! Every single one of them! Yeah. Yeah. I could make those thumbnails a little bit better though. I do agree too, as like they could definitely look a lot nicer. Maybe we do stick with the Fortnite font. And look, I just won the jump catch game. Didn't even need to participate. Did you not add short to it? Wait, what? What do you mean didn't add short to it? Oh, like upload as a YouTube short? No, okay, I'll upload it as a clip. I'll make it as a short though. I'll literally go in there and pull up my short preset and do a short on that one. But this is not a I don't do the full 16:9 shorts. This is a full-fledged 25-second clip, culprit. Okay, say no short. The way I'm modeling it actually after, I'll show you Asmon. We've already reacted to a little bit of Asmongold stuff before, but so he's got his main channel. But since I'm not huge, I'm not gonna have two channels. I'm not gonna have a streaming channel and a clips channel. So I'm just gonna together right now. But this is the regular Asmongold TV, which is he's just reacting to stuff for hours and hours and hours at a time. But then there's also Asmongold clips. And they're a little bit more...
What is the balance of activating a force for change, but also trying to permeate that patriarchy, that power structure? And is that a part of the calculation of your art?
Oh, absolutely. I like to make men uncomfortable. I enjoy making men uncomfortable. It is important to be able to look into the eyes of a man and say, I am here, and recognize that. And recognize that I am working to bring something that makes you uncomfortable, and it should make you uncomfortable because you need to change your attitude.
It's not why it makes men uncomfortable.
What happened? Like, what did they add? Imagine if a man said that. Well, these are people that live with an eternal chip on their shoulder. It's so crazy. Telling a majority male audience you don't like them. Yeah, it's like Star Wars. Most people that like Star Wars are probably guys. Like, I just, it's so crazy to me that, like, why is this even a question?
Yeah. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. I have an idea why. But it looks like not to be discriminatory, but does she look like a Star Wars fan? Like a is it that look like somebody who's writing Star Wars shows? I don't know. I don't see her in any cosplay or costume. Like, if I saw more Star Wars stuff in the background, I know a lot of people are going, oh, it's because she's, you know, brown woman. It's like, well, that's not, no, I just don't see Star Wars stuff. Where's the Star Wars stuff? Where's the Star Wars stuff? Okay. Who is this person? Darmy Heck? Who is this person? Pakistani Canadian journalist and filmmaker. Obaid Chinoy was born. Film career. She Pakistan. Paris children. Girl in the River. Animated 3 Budahar films. If I look up red carpet actors, I may only see red carpet stuff. This is the director. Also, too, not to be that kind of, but like Star Wars is a male-dominated. That's her right here, though. I don't know what like. It's a highly male-dominated marketplace. It is till the newer ones. Well, I've been reading and watching that they're trying to make them more for women, but women aren't just coming. They're not coming out to them. They don't care. They don't care. Newer ones are favoring the female cast, but guys don't care. That's the big thing. Women don't care. Like, they don't go watch them. Yeah, it does, like, I've read, it does incrementally, right? Like, there's a few more women that go and see them. But not, like you're still looking at, like, a 90% male-dominated market. But where's her, like, love for Star Wars? Control F, Star Wars. That it? No way. The only reference to Star Wars she has is the future movies. Interesting. Anyways, I was supposed to show off. Culprit said, so if it were boys in the 80s that loved them, grew up showing their boys, it's going to be a few more generations if the new ones catch up. Yeah, it's an obsession with titles. It's like a cultural thing. It's a money cultural thing. Once you get to that level, the title is more important than art, which is really frustrating. And her title is seems a little more important than the art, which is whatever. It's a product, right? I'm not going to totally bash it for being a product. I'm just going to bash it for being unusual. It's just very weird. Fix my lighting a little bit. Right now I look ooh. That plus fill out the face in the shadows. Anyways, I brought this up more to show Culprit like what I'm doing with the clips, right? He doesn't really do shorts. I don't think he does shorts. Yeah, literally no shorts on this channel, but it's like 2 minute, 3 minute, 3 minute. Less than a minute, 1 minute 37, 15, that kind of thing. We do all sorts of stuff, right? You can clip out pretty much almost anything from the stream, and that's what I'm trying to do. Is like at least build out clips that are somewhat similar, and I have like a back and forth where yeah, where it's a little bit. You have options. Options on. My playlist kind of suck too. Clip be crazy, react lol. I gotta fix those up a little bit. Thinking. But it should be, I feel like when you come to a channel, you should have like a large view of different types of videos. At least someone can kind of scale through here and go, oh yeah, oh I want to do this. I like Obama's books, or you know, Obama has like, oh, I want to see new musicians. Hopefully, we will not get copyright struck for this in any way. Oh, a notification. The culprit. On Alex Jones. Oh my god, guys! Guys, they're turning the frogs gay! They're turning the frogs! Every single one of them! I'm gonna say 50 crazy things, and at least one of them is gonna be right, and that's gonna be the one that I'm gonna be
my camera's
telling
right
everybody,
on top of it.
everybody that I'm right about. Yeah. Anyways, oh yes, I want to watch the video. 2 clicks. Phillips. 3 clips. This no, I think it was the 2 clicks. Take a look. 5 cool things. No, we want the 2 clicks Phillip. He just released a video. Where is it? Was it clicks Phillip then? Clicks Phillip. The Click Empire. Culprit. Give me. Oh, you are in chat. There we go. Exit out, tweeted it out, whatever it is. Just say tweet. It's a twit. It's a tweeter. It's a twit. It's a tweet on X. Right? I think that's the easiest way to put it. So, Culprit, I think this video is really important. Actually, here, let me. I'm gonna do this as a YouTube segment as a react. So just keep this in mind. Cut this out. We're gonna be watching Clicks Phillip, or his recent video, which is the 2023 Clicks Empire analysis. Now, Clicks Phillip is a YouTuber with a variety of different YouTube channels, and this video is just, well, he usually does these like kind of yearly empire analysis series, showing off like what his successes are, where he thinks the market's going, what he thinks about his entire Clicks empire, which I think is a really good perspective, or at least to me has been a really excellent perspective on content creation or media creation overall. So let's give this a watch. We'll see what he says. I've already seen most of it and listened to a whole bunch of it as a podcast, but here we go.
Tom Scott's recent YouTubing retirement, sort of, is something I can probably relate to better than most. Granted, he was more successful than I was, had a more consistent upload schedule, and I don't intend to move on just yet. So there are a few differences, but I understand the feeling of doing your dream job for long enough that you no longer fear the regret of not having done it for long enough, and instead begin fearing that you'll regret it should you do it for too long. So I've been trying to distance myself from YouTubing somewhat. I want YouTube to remain in my life though, but I don't want it to be my life. Because what got me into YouTubing in the first place were my other plans and dreams. And although I have become a YouTuber now, I still have plans and dreams beyond simply making YouTube videos, but many of these will still benefit from a YouTubing presence, and my future YouTubing presence will benefit from my future plans and dreams. I've just got to strike a balance in the meantime to maintain my viewer base, because it does drop very quickly if I take a break. Meanwhile, I suspect Tom's audience will still be there no matter how long he waits. 2023 was a limbo year for me. It was the year I stopped looking to the future and simply focused on closing up the past. At the start of the year, that involved the digitization of my family's VHS and DVD archives. Then it passed with little fanfare and I had to find something else to do with my life instead. So I then finished off a bunch of half-finished YouTube videos. And then, probably the best example of this 2023 cleanup that I have is with Audio Crime 2, which was a music album I released at the very end of the year in December. I had over a decade of half-finished songs on my hard drives. Their existence held me back, preventing me from starting any new stuff. Yet the thought of having to work on these pre-existing tracks sapped my enthusiasm so much that I didn't bother. My music making journey was in limbo. I could have just ignored my older songs, or deleted them and started afresh. These sound like easy solutions, but the issue is in my head, and it can only be remedied by finishing them before starting on something new, else I start an endless cycle of never finishing anything. So no, instead I forced myself to finish these tracks, and to get them out as an album. And I enjoy—
Yeah, getting all the VHSs over is crazy. It's a huge project. Like, it's not that easy. You can't just copy video footage over. I think we do have family footage somewhere, but my family is not the best at taking care of, like, data. So it might be in a box somewhere. One day, hopefully, we can recover them, but I don't know if it's going to be a viable thing, unfortunately. Lots of photo albums, though. Tons and tons of photo albums.
But
Hopefully
doing
we
this
can
more than
digitize
I
those at some
expected, my love for those songs returned, and my passion for music making reignited. And despite me having taken an incredibly long break since starting on these tracks, I somehow felt like I had improved in that time, and I found different ways of finishing all of them. I now have a finished album that I can show for my troubles. If I died tomorrow, I would have many regrets, but unreleased music wouldn't be one of them. That's so incredibly important to me, as is the knowledge that if I ever feel truly lost and miserable with my life, then writing a new song might cheer me up. And so I start 2024 with a blank space in my mind where all the clutter of half-finished tracks used to be. Am I buzzing with enthusiasm to embark on my next album? Not just yet. For now, I'm quite happy just to have a space in my mind. That's freeing enough. But any future plans I do have will no longer be blocked by past commitments. I've memed for years that the longer I spend on a video, the worse it does, and Audio Crime 2's video is the dankest example of this so far, being the sum of a decade of work and not a small video project itself, yet it's been one of the worst performing videos 2Clicks Philip has made in the last decade.
I've definitely noticed that, and that's a really weird thing. The more effort I put into a video, the more I really want that video to be something, less views it gets overall, which I want to point out is that there's like a conflicting idea between what the content is versus like forcing different types of content onto a different platform. YouTube over time has gotten a lot more low quality, or like there's a lot more rant videos, people just talking. But I also feel like YouTube is more of a social media platform than it is a video content platform. High quality videos, I think, would like in some cases could also be put on some other form of system where they're not the exact same cameras lighting that are not the exact same as like, or not put on the same level as things like rant videos. Because for example, I put up a video that I spent 20 minutes talking about something, just standing here blabbering in a way what I feel is just blabbering, just talking about the things that I like and dislike about something, and it gets 2,000-3,000 views. But when I put together a curated, framed, setup video, it does maybe 100, 200, which is a little bit discouraging. So I do see the use in it. I do see YouTube becoming more of like a social media platform, and the use of those videos as a social media thing, or like at least that's where they should be incentivized, is to have more social media style videos, and then have curated videos on some other system of whatever. But who knows? Again, this is more of like a YouTube thing than it is a viewership thing, because people love viewing longer quality videos, but those are also going to be your dedicated viewership. There's an odd conflicting idea between needing more views when possibly you just need higher quality, right? Those that are viewing your content, and I'll point this out, Culprit, for example, with my stuff, I don't have 1,000 people watching me every video, but with your support, with the other community's support, I'm making like the equivalent of a 10,000 viewer video every month, right? Just with your support, because I have a higher quality, for me, higher quality relationships per viewer as opposed to be going for larger viewership. But if you're focusing on a platform, ClicksFilp does talk about this a little bit, focusing on the business side of things, sometimes you do need to direct things towards what the platform wants, because there's
But I know Audio Crime 2 will be greatly appreciated by a small percentage of my viewer base, who will now finally have closure for a number of music tracks that they may have heard in various forms since their childhoods. Audio Crime 2, a major success, but a YouTubing failure. YouTubing failure. That sums this analysis video up in a nutshell. I would say that my plans in 2023 have been great successes in every way but my YouTubing career, and it puts me in a difficult position now I have to analyse it in this video. Doing this kind of analysis seems like a great idea when there's positive stuff to talk about. The positivity practically creates itself. But when all my stats are dropping, the opposite happens, and there's no way for me to make this video sound anything but negative, else I'd sound deluded. So it's fair to say that my channels have done terribly in 2023. I'm not challenging that notion. I've done the same stat recording that I've always done, but I feel less need to talk about it in this video because it's pretty obvious that something big is wrong and there's no point in scrutinising the nuances. It's kind of like analysing a red warning light in a room full of red warning lights. The question is, what do I do about this? I personally think that
in a room full of red warning lights, you need to find the most important light, right? It means you have too many red warning lights. Now, just to frame more perspective on what Clicks Phillips is talking about this entire video, in terms of what's considered classic success, that's where he wants to be completely transparent that everything is a failure, even though he's doing things that he feels structurally are quality releases, quality services, quality videos. Now, who knows how it will last in the long run, because high quality content generally lasts longer. It's more of evergreen content. So that's what he's going to be framing things as. Now, he is very negative throughout the whole video, but keep in mind, it's an analytical negative. There's a time and a place to say things are successful when they're successful to you versus saying, are they successful to what's considered the traditional industry?
YouTubing is becoming less about individual creators and more about teams of people. Tom Scott identified that, saying that it's taking up all his time already, and in order to grow bigger he'd need to consider hiring a team and becoming a manager, which he doesn't want to do. The channels I'm now up against with my own channels are typically companies and YouTubers with a team of editors behind them, at the very least. Yet I'm still going at it solo. My stats seem to drop every year, and I'm painfully aware that I'm not outputting the same amount of content that I used to. When I look at the hours I invest, it's not through lack of effort. I do just think the standards are rising, as was shown recently when I released a video on 3Clicks Philip that I made in 2017, and people immediately noticed that drop in quality. I'm getting better, I just might not be keeping pace with everybody else. The one thing a YouTuber doesn't want to hear is when people say he's burned out, or that his content isn't what it used to be. I have less motivation than I used to, sure, and getting endlessly attacked online for petty stuff does get me down, and I have less patience for that sort of stuff than I used to. But I've always received comments saying that I'm not as good as I used to be, and a lot of the time, with hindsight, it's clear that it's just that person who's changed and is no longer interested in my content, or that I've offended them with something else and now they hate everything I do. So now I have to ask, is there any truth to this statement?
This video gives me a really good perspective about how content creators look at their content and comments. I, as somebody who does small stuff online, I get negative comments all the time. Something you don't realize as a content creator is you get non-stop negative feedback. Why? Well, the reason why is because it's not the chefs that are critiquing your cooking, it's the patrons, right? So if they've eaten somewhere that's way better than what you're providing, they can easily compare and contrast. They can be like, well, this is not as good as whatever I liked. This is not something that I've had better over here. But the question is like, how are they better? Well, they have way more experience than you. But also, why are they comparing it to the best of the best, right? Like, are they comparing it to the average? Or are they comparing it to what? So the fact that Clicks Philip even makes videos about this, showing like what he's looking at, what his attention is on, shows that a lot of these negative responses, even for a large YouTuber who I bet you he could make a full-time living just like opening up his wallet to people throwing money at him, he's still really, I'd even say insecure about the comments that are negative, the comments that are critical about what he's doing and what he's building. And that'll happen all the time, because that's, people will love stuff and they won't say a thing and they'll walk away, and then they'll hate something, they'll say something, and you end up having to deal with that.
Or am I now actually burnt out? I don't want to delude myself into thinking everything's okay if it isn't, but if the problem is with me or with the videos that I'm making, can I be objective about those things? I'm probably in the worst position to do that. You, my viewers, are collectively in a better position to be able to do this. Take this Twitter message I received saying that my content has been lacking and I've nuked 2Clicks Philip this year by not making content about other games. These sorts of comments are hurtful, of course.
And that is always weird, I want to point out. Anybody that really focuses on your releases, of course there's something to be disappointed and to feel like an emptiness without the video, but to go the step further, like if somebody stops doing something, if a series just stops, yeah, it hurts, but reach out to go tell them to do more, or that they've killed the thing that they made in the first place that you love. I don't know.
But they're also very.
But I'll point out too, he's commenting that these people are reasonable speakers. I don't find them reasonable. I think they're giving Lixel too much of a hard time, and I see comments like this where, like, I think it's giving me too much of a hard time to give for someone who makes content for free or makes stuff for people to watch. And so, I don't know. If I was to tell this YouTuber any one thing, is that these people, while they matter a lot, in the grand scope of like figuring out what's going on with your content, right? Figuring out whether or not you're burnt out, but also, like, they matter as long as your thing is working, as long as you have some form of sustain, right? Sustain is more important than like the immediate one thing after another. Even though you can gain way more wealth as long as you focus on like the next thing. But if you focus on all the things, it's a much more valuable process, or feels like a much more valuable process.
For me to almost use like a mirror. Maybe there is a nugget of truth to this comment somewhere, and perhaps discussing my thoughts with the person making this comment will yield something positive.
My camera just keeps wigging out. I'm just making sure it's not.
That I can learn from. Well, I start by responding by posting evidence that I have covered other games this year, because that's literal fact right there. I then look at these videos myself and think the time I spent making these 3 videos amounts to about a month of my life. They involved pushing myself into the unknown, and I'm very happy with how they've all turned out. But clearly, this guy is not. Or if he is, then it's being outweighed by the other content that I've made, or maybe the content that I haven't made because I chose to make these instead. So then it becomes a question of, was it worth spending 1/12 of my year on these 3 videos? Had they all gained enough views, perhaps? Millions, maybe? Then the answer would be yes. But since none of them have even reached 100,000 views just yet, then it's pretty obvious that they were not worth making, when the 4 hours I spent on another video this year gained more views than all 3 of these videos put together. That isn't to say that all views are equal. I care about getting 1 million short video views, less than I do 100 real views on my Audio Crime 2 video, for instance. But at the end of the day, I do YouTubing, and this career is measured in reach and influence. And for a month of my life to equate to fewer than 300,000 views is, at the very worst, a failure, and at the very best, an honourable sacrifice, where I prioritise my passion projects over what's actually best for my career. When I say I'd be better off dropping the quality and upping the quantity, people feel the need to argue with that, as though I'm selling out or giving up. Top quality stuff is really idolised as a notion, but it doesn't make sense in practice. It's clear that investing so much time into a single video such as this one is incredibly risky, and may not benefit my channels at all. And even if a video will be highly successful, and I could spend a month making and polishing that video, it doesn't mean that it will need that, or even benefit from that amount of time invested into it. So no, I'd call these 3 videos a massive waste of my time, even if I'm proud of them and will watch them back for years to come. And get this.
Hopefully you're still looking, culprit. This is going up as a video anyways. I know we're going to go for a while because it's a larger video. But I think this is a lesson that we learned quickly with the shorts, right? Not to say that I was right. Not to say that I was right. I said that sometimes quantity is quality, and you said you never heard that. I remember this clearly, because this is something where you can pick like a midway in between, where like this is what he's talking about, is what level of quantity and quality allow you to reach the people that you want to reach. How do you build the things that you want to build while doing it in a limited process, right? Because I can spend infinite amounts of time on a video, and I'll even point out I'm currently sinking way too much time into something. This video is not going to get any freaking views. It's going to get like 200 views, 300, probably more because I've done some fun editing stuff. Maybe 1,000. I don't even think it's going to do anything. But I'm putting way too much work into it right now. And I know this because every time I put a lot of work into it versus doing a rant video, I get 1 million. The difference is huge. It's massive. So it's a weird lesson, and that's why I really like what you've been doing with your shorts. I really like that. Just for the video context, culprit in chat, he's utilizing the Twitch to YouTube short system quite a bit more, and I think it's really nice. I think I get to see updates on what he's doing. I think this is the coolest thing, and I don't know if he realizes this, but I get to update on what his community is doing on different like events and different streams, and I don't watch the streams all the time. Usually when he's streaming, I'm trying to do something else and I'll pop in and say hi. But like, I can't always be there for every fun moment, and even the kind of like lower quality but still like informational clips are good. Culprit said he thinks doing them allows you to find out what works, as long as you are changing them to find out what it needs. It's helping in TikTok, however, it doesn't help YouTube. They're different platforms. I understand, like, it as a, but I watch them on YouTube. I'll point this out. I'm a boomer. Shorts are my thing. I watch your shorts on YouTube. So even though it's working on TikTok, you're getting double value, right? You're getting your double value. Even you're not putting tons of effort into each individual short. But to me, like, from an outsider perspective, even though I've been with you, with your community for forever, right? These little 10 things that I see, they bring me more into that community. They bring me more into the ideas of what you're doing, how you're building it. So even though, like, actually, let's just do paint for a second. Paint. Why did paint 3D? I need to show this, even though whatever. So let's say you have your graph. Okay, and we have this height is quality. Wall. Okay. And this this graph, actually, wait, how would I do this? Yeah, we'll do that way. Okay, quality, and this one is price. Okay. You would think as price goes up, quality goes up, which is true. Absolutely true. But forget about the axis of time. Time axis goes off to the distance. Okay. And this graph, when you have low quality and low price, actually have a marker for lots of time. Okay, this is like I'm trying to do as a graph. This is hard to envision. Or 3D. Okay. That means that you can stack more low quality and low price items and serve more of those over time. And those all together, if you take the chunk of this one, the bottom chunk and the bottom chunk and the bottom chunk, and you add them all up, the total of all of the things that you've released is that of a quality service. Now, this is a capitalist. Capitalism. This is the foundation of the idea of capitalism. Because what you're able to do is you can pick any section along the time, this time axis, and you can decide where within that balance am I sitting. Am I going to be doing high quality, high price, okay, but it gives me absolutely, well, no, I mean, say it gives me no time, meaning I have no extra time to do more things. It's going to take up all of my time. This sliver is one product, one like visual product. If you think about a streamer, the average streamer without all their YouTube channel section, the average streamer is really low price, low quality, but they have tons and tons of tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of time, so they can just spit it out like crazy. The really successful ones try and find a nice niche where they do spend a few hours, 5-6 hours streaming, setting up a video, an idea, what they're doing, what they're building. and then they structure it and they put it up on YouTube. But it's not like a movie. It's not movie quality video content, but it is it's enough that that the entire amount of stuff that you're releasing equals up to the amount of enjoyment that a movie quality video would provide. Hopefully that makes sense. So that's what we'll keep watching. It's a long video, but that's really what you can do with every single product that you're doing. So if you're working in any market, let's say you're working in toothpicks, all right? You'll have a diamond toothpick that takes a long time to make. Oh, my camera just crashed. Come on, camera. Come on, there we go. Oh, we're just gonna do a quick reset then. You have a diamond toothpick that takes a long time to make, and you serve only like 1 or 2 people with that. Or you have a million toothpicks. Oh, maybe the server is crashing. Or you have a million toothpicks that serve a lot of different people. And then you can get the same profit out of them. Same level of profit. Something's crashing here.
This guy ends up saying how much he liked those videos that I made. So what's going on here? This is what's wrong. It's the 3. I think he might have appreciated and remembered 2ClicksPhillips 2023 content better had I spent 30 days making 30 smaller videos than had I made these 3 bigger ones. And this is a person who liked all of these videos. What if somebody else didn't like them or didn't even bother to click on them? If I spend weeks on a single video and a viewer doesn't even watch that video, that's weeks of wasted effort on my part, and weeks of nothing for that viewer, who may very well be excitedly waiting for my next video that I do that happens to catch his fancy. This is why you can have too much quality. I need to make more quantity simply to be able to cater to all the different whims and interests of my fanbase. Welcome to this week's recap. Let's start from the end for once. I used to be the opposite. I used to make several videos a day. I certainly don't do that anymore. Don't think I could. And I'm not saying I should return to doing that again, but I do think the sweet spot is somewhere between where I am now and where I used to be. With increased video quantity, I stand to earn a bigger place in my viewers' lives. I'd be more memorable and would gain more chances to leave an impression. YouTube used to suggest to me that I released a video once a week, at the very least. That doesn't mean I get a view a week, merely one chance a week for each viewer of mine to decide whether or not they want to watch me this week. I don't regret making these videos. At the end of the day, I'm a person too. I don't want to mindlessly churn out content that I don't care about. And with these videos, I got to do stuff that I enjoyed, and I created fond memories from the adventures I went on. 2ClicksPhillips content is a great way for me to justify the time I take investigating the games and topics that I cover, and I'm very proud of how these 3 videos of mine turned out. I do genuinely believe 2ClicksPhillips is still a channel driven by passion for...
I don't watch these videos. That's the problem too. I'm not a part of this market, but I love this guy's content. He makes an excellent series of videos for the things that I love. And I'm sure if you really love these games, watching this is a terrible freeze frame, by the way. Starfield, this is gross. This looks like PS2 era. Anyways, like I'm not the market for this. So he did flip markets in a way, but also his channels sort of flip markets too. So like you have to build content for the medium, it looks like. It's just like if you're watching TV, well, you have to be able to make a show that runs in the specific deadline. So you set up characters that work a certain way and scenes that work a certain way. So there's a little bit of a bias to the way that media works on TV and back in the day. So when like cable TV was the only thing out there, everything was catering to that medium. But now that we have stuff on YouTube, as actually too, for example, like Twitter, if you take a look when Twitter first came out and that kind of like quick note release style, when Twitter first came out, the news companies hated it. Like people riled against Twitter. They hated the fact that anybody could just take a picture, tweet something wherever they were, whenever they were, and talk about whatever they want. But what they didn't realize is that they were competing up against the volume of Twitter, right? They had to spend a lot of time meticulously building individual stories, where Twitter could work at 100 miles a minute and build thousands and thousands of stories, and eventually 1 or 2 of those stories would be the same quality or the same level of kind of return as a really highly curated article. There's good and bad to that. I'm just analyzing the way it works.
The subject matter, which I guess makes it all the more hurtful when people accuse it of being the opposite. When someone points to 2kliksphilip and says I'm just riding the latest trend, like that's all I made it for, when it just happens to be the rare instance where one of my interests happens to align with what's popular, that's kind of harsh. For the record, the one time this year I did jump on a current trend was with the GTA 6 trailer. I still had an interest in it, the video was clever and original and served a purpose and helped teach me a thing or two about the game, but ultimately I made it because I knew this video would be popular. And sure enough, it got loads of views until it was almost immediately demonetized and shadow delisted. YouTubing in 2023 is hard. I'm not disappointed in 2kliksphilip, no more than usual at least. And he has the excuse that he's been the afterthought this year, just like 3kliksphilip was in 2022. 2023 was the year of the 3kliksphilip, and it's scary it's taken so long through this video for me to mention that 3kliksphilip got Counter-Strike 2 this year to cover, which is possibly the biggest thing to happen to the game since before I even had a YouTube channel, and it's happened to my biggest YouTube channel. I put 2kliksphilip on hold for a large part of this year, accepting he'd underperform, but that it would allow me to focus my efforts on 3kliksphilip instead.
Which is a problem. This guy was a Counter-Strike YouTuber originally. That was his big claim to fame, or at least originally to other stuff. But his big claim to fame was Counter-Strike. But with games especially, they're very hard to like replicate the level of success game after game after game. Because most people that become really famous off of a single game, they have they have thousands of hours in the game originally before they were ever paid to do it, before they were ever chasing the career. So now that it becomes a career and a new game comes out, they're not playing the game anymore for the game that they love. They're playing the game for the views that they're getting before. And so everything does feel a little bit more deadpan. It doesn't feel like it has as much soul. And this is the reason. It's because it's like, well, before they're doing it for a whole different reason now, right? Some people don't. Some people get away with this. Some people just kind of do whatever they want. But when you realize that your paycheck counts on these things, a whole different perspective.
All this extra work, and it enabled 3kliksphilip to do ever so slightly better than he had the year before, when his channel wasn't the priority for me to work on. And this extra success was attained through sheer hard work, rather than effortlessly riding a wave of success or anything like that. 3kliksphilip released 67 normal videos this year, but I'm going to say he only made 56 because some of these were low effort or just extracts from bigger ones. But that's still one a week, which on top of everything else I've done this year is pretty good going given the size and complexity of some of those projects. Now 3kliksphilip's done better than the stats suggest. 3kliksphilip gained a fair few more subscribers than he did the previous year, and overall he got more views despite not focusing so much on short videos. I hate them, they do very little to benefit my channels or main content, yet despite caring so little for them, the few shorts I do make still manage to dominate my view count and top the charts this year. If YouTube pushed my regular content as hard as it did my shorts, then I'd be more successful than ever. So it's a personal victory of mine that I got more views than I did last year despite doing as few short videos as I could.
This is where I'm not sure if he's getting some stats confused, because what I would do is I'd actually take watch time from all of that. If we were to consider, like, we have the CS2 menu here, and we have using stairs to exploit explosions, which is 2.7 million. If I bring up the calculator, kind of boring content, boring to do the math, but it's interesting once you get the result. Let's do, so, have to calculator, the seconds, crap, do it on quick. It is 8 mins 57 seconds divided by 47 seconds. So it is 8 minutes 11.42. Okay, so we'll make sure we copy that, and then I'm gonna take 2,700,000, 2,700,000 divided by 670,000. A 4.0. So in terms of watch time, did they get better? One sec, my brain, why am I not doing this? So we compared watch time. These are 11 times. This is 11 times the length, but only 4 times value. Is that what we're doing here? I think that's what we're doing. That would be an 11 if we brought that up. Yeah. So pretty much, in terms per second, he's getting less views per second on... Unless I'm reading that wrong. I hope I'm not reading that wrong. He's getting less views per second on his shorts.
I really couldn't care less about these things. I didn't even notice a few of them this year gained over 2 million views on this channel until making this video.
Doesn't mean anything,
simply because them
47
achieving that
seconds.
had zero impact on the rest of my channel. The most damning thing was that 3Clicks Phillips' most popular non-short video this year didn't even reach 700,000 views, which is about half what the most popular video on that channel normally gets each year. It's more in line with 2Clicks Phillips' best in previous years, and 2Clicks Phillips' best this year was more in line with Clicks Phillips from previous years. That being said, this graph only takes into account the most successful video released that year, and I got a number of videos on 3Clicks Phillips that did still surpass the 500,000 view mark. Interest in CS2 was relatively consistent for months, so this stat isn't as devastating as it may appear, but it is still sad to see when most other CS2 YouTubers my size easily broke the 1 million view mark at least once. I guess from my perspective, if any year was going to be good for my channel, it would have been this one, being a YouTuber who covers Counter-Strike and the Source engine. This was the year when the stars finally aligned, yet despite all the odds, 3Clicks Philip found a way to faceplant just before the finish line. But I know why I underperformed. I missed the release by being on holiday, then made the first video about it on the menu instead of some hype gameplay video instead. My logic was, if I was going to be late to the release party, then I should at least cover something that nobody else has covered just yet. But maybe there's a reason that nobody else covered the new menu system when they've got a shiny new game to show instead. I just didn't play the YouTubing game properly in 2023. I covered niche topics at a time when I should have been going mainstream. I didn't use exciting titles and thumbnails. And then I made the genius decision to cover the new gore systems, which got my channel demonetized for a while. Those first few weeks after the game's release are so important, and it was infuriating to see so much of that time I had spent making videos suddenly become demonetized and excluded so hard from the recommendations during that critical time. And then even more so when other people re-uploaded those demonetized videos of mine and got more views on their reaction content than I did in the first place.
This is terrible. This kind of thing, what, like, well, kind of what I'm doing, but I mean the impact of it. The fact that people are getting more views reacting to videos than they are watching the original video is insane. I believe 100% that if somebody has 10,000 viewers and they watch a YouTube video on Twitch, that YouTube video should get 10,000 views. When like, as long as the ads are played and everything like that, you're good. Or maybe there's like a license that a streamer can pay for. On YouTube, when these videos go up, if I ever make a video that gets thousands of views that is simply reacting to something like that, I only really want it so people can say hi and I can, hey guys, welcome to my stream, learn who I am. I think that's a totally great concept. But Clicks Phillips should get all of the views. He should get everything, like literally everything. This streamer, right? You know, let's see, a Pixel Hub, right? All of these views should go over to Clicks Phillips. Should have 300 and something thousand, more than that, almost 400 something thousand.
3Clicks Philip underperformed so much this year, he even underperformed his own videos on other people's channels. But maybe none of this matters, since I did it all for the love of making videos. I made sure each and every one of the videos I made on Counter-Strike 2 was original, well researched, and to a high standard. I covered almost every new map the game received in painstaking detail. I've already covered this when talking about 2Clicks Philip. It is fine to make passion projects. but I at least have to be smart about the rest of what I make. If I'm going to dedicate a month of my life to a mega project, I still need to find the odd day here or there to make and to release some quick and easy content to tide my viewers over in the meantime. But come CS2's release, I didn't do this, because all that I did do, I did for the love. The one thing about Counter-Strike 2 I covered properly was Office's release. This video right here took maybe 100 hours to cover, but I covered it properly and smartly. Within hours of that map's release, I myself had released a video showing the breaking windows on that map, an easy 100,000 views right there. I then compared new Office against older versions in another quick and easy video, another 100,000 views there as well. I even made a whole video about a fire extinguisher on the wall of that map, and that got 300,000 views. Sure, it was
Culp, just breaking the code for merch is the hardest thing. Can you explain that a little bit more, Culp?
a bit more effort than the other videos, but it was still just a day-long project. A good time investment right there. Then I spent some time working towards releasing my main video on that map, and that scored nearly 600,000 views. And because so much effort had gone into making that one 20-minute epic, I picked 4 interesting bits from within that video to make smaller videos about. Sort of like shorts, but not in short form because they suck. And these mere snippets from the main video together earned me another 300,000 views. I covered Office properly, achieving almost 1.5 million views from covering a single map. That's about 3 times the views I got from any other map that I covered, because for once I did it for the views. Of course there was love as well. You can't spend a day comparing projector shadows or staring at fire extinguisher models without at least some passion for it. But it was one of the few times in 2023 that I was actually smart about my YouTubing. The downsides were that some people were disappointed to find similar segments in multiple videos of mine. It's a shame as well, because people watching all my videos, regardless of the content, are the people that I want to impress the most. But hopefully you can understand why I did this. And then you've got to factor in all the people who only saw one of these videos on Office that I made, thanks to my decision to split them all up and to release them on YouTube with different titles and thumbnails in the first place.
So, Culprit, I think you should go look up Petty Fresh. That is the I think Hila's Ethan and Hila's merch company. Also go look up Philip. You know Philip DeFranco's, right? I've seen analysis on on their business model. So Culprit actually is just for the video. Most YouTube and Twitch streamers have huge merch sales that allow them to be full-time. People buy stuff as long as it's quality from good people, right? If you recommend the right thing, you can sell anywhere. So, and as long as you can get the product to your customers, right? There's a difference between going, hey guys, we have a new shirt that says my name on it, versus, guys, we are this crew doing this thing, come represent this thing. And you don't want to do it, it's not manipulative. Screen, not stream, what? We could show you you're looking at Philly D. Yeah, exactly. So, right, it's like, people will buy from you. They don't need to, you're not like tricking them into getting the stuff. You're going, hey guys, I got these shirts. They're pretty damn cool. I tried them out. They're really damn nice. You know, go grab them here. I found a good place where we can sell them at a reasonable price. You know, obviously there's like quick merch stuff, which you charge a little extra for on some random service. But you spend a little bit of time building an actual like clothing business or a pencil business. And that way you can put it also on ads, or you can put it on Google. That's the way that a lot of influencers, I believe, and this is hearing and watching and listening, that's what they do, right? Hey guys, winter's coming. It's gonna be really cold. I got a brand new coat. A brand new coat in the store. And it's a lot of work, of course, right? Setting up the whole merch. It's a ton. I've already looked into it. It's a hell of a lot of work. But that's what they do, right? It's the framing thing. Because a lot of people are like, oh, you should just buy stuff from me. And like, because I want to make money, right? Like, it's not really what you want to do. Well, you do want to make money, but also like find cool products. Like you're part of what you do is finding cool products and sharing them with people. So.
But the rest of the year, I made videos for the love. But just because I'm making stuff for the love of making it, doesn't mean other people will love me for making it. I grew up with Harry Potter. I enjoyed the movies and was really enchanted by the game's depiction of the Hogwarts castles. I believe it is one of the wonders of the gaming world. It is so fantastically made, and even though a lot of the rest of the game is very disappointing, I still think it's well worth getting into and experiencing the game simply for that first dozen hours of student-y, explory gameplay. Unfortunately, a small section of the trans community didn't agree with this, and I sustained a prolonged attack on social media simply for playing a game that mattered to me. In fact, it was simply for upscaling it in a video of mine. Now, I get their point of view, it's just they refuse to see mine. You probably hear a lot of influencers talking about this, and you roll your eyes thinking it's just nasty comments or that it takes two to argue or whatever. But I suppose most people haven't known what it's like to be attacked on such scale and for such extended periods of time, and to know how unjust it can feel. Especially when everyone around you doesn't know, and doesn't care to know. It's very isolating to be so publicly attacked in this way. Because my viewer base doesn't know about the drama I'm involved in, and they probably don't want to. But the people who want drama with me have an army, all with a very fixed, black and white view of the situation, and they villainized me and feel self-righteous in their justifications to harass, to bully, and to attack me. There's definitely a thrill to this, to load up social media and to see 150 new messages aimed at me. And to be able to read them all knowing that I'm not in the wrong here. I can see how they're in the wrong and how transparent their attempts to discredit me are. But all this quickly loses its novelty when they begin to twist the narrative, when there's no one to contest that twisting, and when I simply want to move on and they do not. And especially when other people begin to get dragged into it as well, who don't have a clue about what's happening but who still want to get in on the hating. Because it's fun. I remained silent, so they filled the silence with lies. So I responded, which was immediately twisted and used as justification for attacking me in the first place. Which makes no sense, but that's what happened. And it was disgusting to see them wielding the struggles trans people have gone through as a sword and shield. They were unjustly using the cause for their own means, and they were unjustly villainizing me to create a target for them to attack.
There's actually a huge story behind this whole trans Harry Potter thing going on. It's not... He's kind of running over the surface of the whole thing. But I can only imagine the amount of hate that he got because there's a lot of controversy around it. And during this time, he went upload, which good on him. I absolutely support you, Clicks Philip.
It must have been quiet elsewhere for an upscaler of Hogwarts Legacy to be public enemy number one. That's all I can say. As a moderator of my own subreddit, I suddenly started seeing my submissions getting flagged as hate speech. I have no doubt my activity on Reddit has been flagged elsewhere as well. And then they began posting on Counter-Strike subreddits to try and get me cancelled there as well. It was evil. Simple as that. And yet these people had somehow justified in their minds that I deserved all of this. For making a Hogwarts Legacy video. And that's the scary thing, to see how little it takes to turn strangers into people who have literally justified wanting to harm you, and then to see them claim to be the victims. And remember, no one can see my point of view here but myself. I can see how transparent their lies and half-truths are about me, but any onlookers to the situation will clearly have their judgment clouded by the hundreds of people shouting very loudly that I'm bad, and they either won't see my lack of a response, or will take that as an admission of guilt in some way. It's the same playbook every time, and it's increasingly common to encounter radicalized groups such as these on the internet. All because I made a video about a video game that I was passionate about. I didn't want to be coerced into putting a political message at the start of my video like other people did who were clearly fearing retribution from the people who attacked me. I wanted to talk about the game, and despite them claiming otherwise, there is nothing wrong with me doing that. And yet I received an attack that was very unpleasant, very unnecessary, yet also inevitable, once I had chosen to make a video about Hogwarts Legacy. But I just didn't like the idea of being bullied into not covering something I cared about, you know? That being said, Counter-Strike 2's release came at a great time to drown out all this drama and to give me something big and fun to focus on. You'd think covering Counter-Strike as a Counter-Strike YouTuber is about as drama-free as you can get, but if people are unhappy about the state of the game, which they currently are, then I sustain some collateral from that and gain haters from that as well. Luckily, the Counter-Strike community remains about as non-toxic as it's possible to get online, and negative comments accusing me of shitting for Valve are just a gentle reminder that you cannot avoid making enemies these days.
Something different too, that I've noticed other streamers have dealt with this in different ways, but the best way to do this is to fortress up. It seems. Not as a meme, but like, you should have close community members that you build in whatever you build that will that understand all of that you've built so that they can help you walk through whatever you're doing. This is an interesting perspective from Philip, how lonely dealing with an online mob is, even if you're doing something small. Culprit says, you think that creators of the game and the movies shouldn't be hurt by an author? They shouldn't be, but there's a lot of crazy people out there, dude. 1 in a million is thousands of people. Thousands and thousands of people, right? So, especially on the internet, there like even to thousands of people can lie to thousands of more people, and all it takes is like 1 or 2 days of that thing spreading really quickly. You have this like strong impact, and that's what happened during this entire thing, is where a lot of people were misrepresented, and there was a big rolling ball of internet hatred. And I don't doubt, like, without a doubt, there's a lot of people that are really embarrassed to be a part of that right now. So, and it's going to happen over and over for thousands more years. It's going to be a default. The incorrect information waves are going to be a default feature of the internet.
Because for everything there is out there, there's somebody with an extreme opinion about it that you will upset. And then the end of the year approached, the time that ad revenue starts to climb, when it's important for me to prioritise 3ClicksPhillip, being my biggest channel, with the most chance of outputting successful content. And so I shifted back to 2ClicksPhillip again, who played Starfield, which is a game everybody hates, and then for good measure I covered development in AI generation. It wasn't controversial when I started out covering it, but it has become that this year. But Starfield's the thing I'm especially sad about, because I really enjoyed making content for that game. The game itself has given me zero joy. It's a bitter disappointment that it doesn't go well as the next Elder Scrolls game. But I've had a huge amount of fun exploring the worlds, rather ironically trying to figure out how broken the exploration aspect of the game is. And while only one of the videos I've made has achieved much success on YouTube, I can say I am very proud of what I've made, because I made them for the love of it. So yeah, 2ClicksPhillip's viewing and subscriber numbers this year have been abysmal, and I'm not really sure how that's going to change unless I change that channel to be something that I don't want to make content for. In terms of the predictions I made for subscriber growth last year, we can see that 2ClicksPhillip has significantly underperformed my expectations. He barely grew at all. 3ClicksPhillip matched his growth from last year, which given CS2's release is kind of meh, and ClicksPhillip actually outperformed estimates, growing by a few thousand subscribers this year. Thanks everyone. But it's pretty clear by now that my channels have so little growth anymore that it isn't even worth making future subscriber predictions. It felt like they hit a brick wall a few years back. It's not like I need growth. I mean, it's nice to have, it's motivating, it's a sign that I'm doing something right, but my subscriber base is already quite big, and I suppose my expectations have been scaled back so much that it's now a personal achievement to not have lost subscribers since last year. Well done, Click Empire, you didn't shrink this year. We're glass half full here at the Click Empire these days. I used to see how many videos from the year made it into the top 100 most viewed on those channels, which obviously gets more difficult each year as my video count increases and as older videos of mine have had more time to grow their own view counts. And this year, for the first time ever, not a single video I made from any of my channels made it into the top 100 for their respective channels. This was interesting though. On this ClicksPhillip channel, it has required just over 79,000 views to reach the top 100 list of the most viewed videos on this channel. And it was the same last year. Both these years, the most successful video of that year has fallen just short of that with 79,000 views. Technically, neither year has had a video that has made it to the top 100, yet if I look back to the video last year that didn't quite make the 100 list, The House the Bitcoin Built, it now has 93,000 views, making it the 82nd most viewed video on this channel now. So while none of my videos this year have made it to the top 100 lists, in the future they may do. It's just I no longer have what it takes to do that the year it's released. None of this comes as a surprise to me. I know my channels quite well by now, and it's been a while since this kind of analysis has helped me point the channels in the right direction. That's not through lack of trying. I'm just all about hunches these days. And I feel like it's worth continuing with this video series every year, firstly because it's tradition by now, that I know some of you look forward to, and secondly because it will make for a mega comeback story should I eventually have a positive year to talk about. But aside from the YouTubing failures, I've enjoyed making the videos I've released this year, even when I...
What I think this is really good with too is it actually sets his entire community, like when I like to mention just doing a lot of things that allows people to update themselves on what's going on within their service or whatever they're doing. I don't watch all of ClicksPhillip's videos, but this is like a really good perspective on how he's doing. I should do something.
First found success on YouTube. Surely some of that enjoyment I had back then must have been from the joy of success and the joy of seeing my views and subscriber counts growing. I have none of that to drive me on these days, so when I enjoy making a video, you know it's got to be pure enjoyment from making that video. It's just that it's all being clouded by an increasingly toxic atmosphere online. YouTubing and social media is definitely changing, and part of me thinks that Tom Scott left at a good time. 2ClicksPhillip made an especially good video near the end of the year. No, not the audio crime one, that was good as well. A vertical slice was a true leap into the unknown. I realised that a lot of people watch me for entertainment, and yet my stuff is normally quite educational and boring. So what if I made a video purely for entertainment, in the here and now? Would people listen to 2kliksphilip babbling about random stuff for the duration of a video? It was incredibly stressful to work on that video, especially without an ending in mind. But it was so satisfying when it all worked out, when I released it, and when people started saying how great this video was. Big success! This right here is one of the best videos I've ever made, though all this still didn't help it to reach 100,000 views. Looking back at last year's Anal, where I talk about creating voids and filling them, it remains even more relevant now than it was back then. I somehow thought all my half-finished projects would be done by last February, yet some still remain with me even now. But it's getting to the point where I feel I have done enough with that to be able to move on guilt-free. I feel I just have Destruction Darius 2 left to go, and one last episode of Going Low. You heard that here first. Anyway, when looking to the year ahead, I always make a plan for it in these analysis videos that I almost immediately discard right away. With that in mind, rather ominously, my plan for 2024 is to have an easy life, where I try to avoid drama, where I play things smartly rather than just work myself to the bone. YouTubing is a job for me, which I do for the love, but equally I've got to weigh that up against the joy I get from success and from not being harassed online. Because even if I don't enjoy spending a day or two on a video project, if it's a popular video, maybe the enjoyment I get from that will outweigh it. As for CS2, well, it depends what Valve does with it, doesn't it? And I notice ever-growing competition with Twitter, which is where a lot of people now get their update news about the game from. This is never quite as in-depth as a 3kliksphilip video would be, but maybe that doesn't matter anymore. Because like I've said, quantity has its own quality.
And you notice how he mentions Twitter at the very end there, right? Where, like, what he's referencing to, and I believe he's referencing really, is that what's the difference between a YouTube video and a tweet? There's not much of a difference. It's just that you're taking a tweet as the smallest unit of communication about information. So where where does that type of content sit? Well, it's relatively low amount or small amounts of time. It's super cheap. And it's relatively low quality. But you can do tons of them and you can kind of build ideas off of that. So that's his reference right there. Anyways, excellent video. All right. So. I want to do something a little different. If there's anything else that's excellent on YouTube, go watch and talk about. Unless Culprit, do you have anything you want to say? You can also jump in. You're welcome to join. I'm actually going to be jumping into the Sulack Streams voice channel in the Tech Garage. You are totally welcome there, if you would like to join. I also really like, I'm not sure if you guys have seen Some Ordinary Gamers, a YouTuber.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar.
But he does videos that he literally just sits here and chats and great.
I was excited for crypto.
The quality of your PC mic sucks. Oh yeah, you need to get something that you can move around a little bit. Something cheap you can plug in USB. At least you can come in and chat. I've been uploading to Rumble. I'm not sure how well these videos have been working on Rumble. Right, like I feel like they get more what are called raw views, but I don't think they're actually real views, because when you scroll through the app, the videos autoplay. So I feel like maybe the autoplay is more important here. Someone was outside. Give me a second. Sorry, I'm just looking and thinking. You know what's hilarious too? On at least on Rumble, the videos where we're talking about community stuff, they actually get views. Look at this culprit. This is so weird. So like if we look at like reviewing Monty's Lethal Company video, I would consider unique views. Like unique views are people that have clicked on the video, Raw views are people that have like returned to the video, but I also think it's autoplay. It's not yeah. But like 13 where is it? On yours. You got where's the culprits? Yeah, culprit shorts can be a little scary. Unique views 9, raw views 44. Actually, well, the others are catching up now. Before it was yours just like I uploaded and it instantly got recommended, I guess, for a lot of people. The fame, it's the fortune, dude. You're big, we can clickbait you now. No. One day, one day. Even I'm muted up top, that's why. All right. Well, I'm gonna say right now, we'll still hang out and whatnot. I'm gonna segment over to like just kind of hanging out, looking at stuff. I need to give my my voice a little break here from the amount of talking. I feel like I'm starting to get a little rough, crackling. I'll still be hanging out, just not really. Ugh. Quality content. Actually, you know what we could do? I guess I want to do something different. Yeah, it still works, I think. FL Studios. We'll do some music stuff right now. Hang out, work on some things. Which I probably should move myself over to there. Should I? Yeah. I will. Oh. Not even make here. Listen to it. Ooh, what? Where's the ride? Ride bell. I don't know how I feel about this one. Like, A little bit awkward. I feel it like stumbles a bit, but I'm not sure. Not sure, Culprit, if you're gonna hang out for this either, but give me a heads up if the music is too loud or the audio is a little bit funky, because I don't know. I've never played with it around. One sec, sorry. I'm trying not to like squeak right now. But yeah. It's good. It's good. All right. All right. I'll still try to like explain what I'm doing here. Like these are some older tracks that I've worked on recently. Like I've been kind of building on from them, and I feel like they're really. It's kind of like what Amber's watching and judging harshly. Oh, here, I'll play the whole track. I'll play the whole track, and I want to get her opinion. All right, how does it sound? I want the music review. And it's not, we're not done. It's just being built out. A little crunchy there. I like this. I gotta soften that crash. That's what I got so far. What tool am I using? Like what is the DAW, or what are the plugins? It is FL Studios, FL Studio 20, and a variety of different plugins. This one I'm experimenting with some other stuff, but I use like Silent. I'm sorry, one is Harmor actually. Harmless, sorry. Harmor, there's Harmor and there's Harmless. Harmor. A little simpler than Harmless. And then a piano preset MIDI controller. We got strings running off of the same yeah, FL Studios, yeah. Hold on one second. Got the guitar. Does guitar go? Oh wait, where? All right, all right. Let's fix this up a little bit. There we go. Make unique. So here we go. This is the guitar part. Impressive, eh? I'm not just a stupid video gamer, alright? I actually have a whole album out. Like back in high school. Back in my high school days. I'll show you the one I'm most proud of. Or what they sound like. Metal Man, Metal Man, Metal Man, Metal Man, Metal Man. Oh, no. What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm switching. Sorry. We gotta do the music video. We gotta do the whole freaking Metal Man Sulack. Hold on. This is show and tell, guys. We always gotta show and tell. Alright, rate it. Why is this black? Why is this black? What's going on here? Goes? Where is it? Oh my god, playlist. Sorry guys, where is it? La 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 la. There we go. I still have the original FL files for this. I used to be able to play that. Anyways, that was all done in FL Studios. That's a 100% the video. Obviously I pulled the cuts out of God. Oh my God, why am I blanking on the name right now? No, I'm who is it? I can't remember the name. It is Charlie. No, it's Great Dictator, Charlie Chaplin. Yeah. Anyways, that's a whole fun. I got a whole bunch. So you can see I got a big list of songs. But this is all high school stuff, right? This is like years and years ago. Back in the old days, back when the earth was cooling. So. Whoa, it's a bit loud. Okay, what I wanted to do with this one, I want to build it out a little bit more. Because I have the guitar layer. This is something that I'm really proud of. Which I love this part. Hey, welcome in, guys. We got the bombs. Overwatch, this is not welcome in, guys. Am I set up for Overwatch right now? Is it still, did it not update? It should be just chatting. It actually should be over on music actually right now. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. How you guys doing? Who's that? We got it's Scythe. We got who's that? Frank. Welcome in, guys. How is everybody doing today? Yeah, I run an Overwatch and Minecraft, and now we do Eco. We're looking at doing a whole bunch of other servers. Awesome. It is music. It is music. Welcome in, everybody. I do all sorts of different gaming community stuff. We've been doing stuff for years together. I appreciate it. We're hanging out today. Recently, I've been starting a new online news reviews and react show, which normally I'll do around midday. Hey, thank you for the shout out, everybody being two people that we had viewing. Are you know, go over, follow, high five, go over, sub to his YouTube if you can. Definitely, he's a great YouTuber. He's got a bunch of fun videos up. But welcome in, guys. !Discord to join our Discord. That's where the vast majority of our stuff does. Like I say, today we're doing kind of a random stream news hangout show, and then a little bit later we're doing some gaming with the community once everybody gets online. So welcome in, guys. Glad you're by. If you are a YouTuber, streamer, whatnot, please post in chat. Please say hi. Give yourself a shout out, all that good stuff. Welcome in, welcome in. We're slowly working on a song here, and like I say, it's a little bit off of what we usually do, but I need a break from talking so much because I've been talking for probably 3-4 hours straight, something like that. But welcome in, welcome in. We'll give it a listen. We're working on this little part here. Four hours and 40 minutes. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna wipe this whole section out. We made a full copy of it. Make sure. Pattern. Gonna delete it. Helper wants to see the Batman symbol. Raw is it gonna. Oh, it's not gonna let me paint. Oh, there we go. I can't. Okay. I can't really do. Is it gonna? I have to like shift control? No, I don't know how to do. Oh, the shift. I don't know what I'm. Not easy. Oh, let me work on my stuff, okay? Oh, now I closed it. Damn, what am I doing, guys? All right, I got distracted. Which one's the guitar? Death Star Metal. That's probably what it is. Piano roll. Grab this. Go here. Bomb. So we're gonna follow the rings, which are in the background. Yeah, it's a little. Sounds a little fake. I don't think guitar was meant to play that low. And then because it goes do 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 do, we're gonna add like something a softer melody on top of that, so you can still hear the falling strings, but you have a little bit more more crunch. Let's listen. Just listen to how it sounds. We're gonna bring this up octave. Did we follow it just a little bit slower? I think we're gonna fix this up. Get rid of it. Of a thing at the end. Extend that out a little bit. This is gonna turn into something cool, guys. Give me a second here. Build this out. We're gonna do it note by note. I could try and play it out. I don't have keys on me right now, so we're gonna build this out note by note, and then we're gonna add. What we do is we build the whole structure of the melody first, and then we are going to move parts left or right, make them sound a little less on the beat, a little less robotic. we go. So you hear that, right? We have a much softer melody now over top of the strings, which are kind of rising and falling in the background, which gives the rising and falling strings the main melody sound, but you still hear the like electric guitar solo in the front. Could go crazy. We could go crazy. I think we should go. What do you guys think? I think I'm just gonna say fuck the sound of this song. We go absolutely nuts with it. So what we'll do is we'll build out something. You'll see what I mean by crazy in a second. I will build out something that's a little bit more erratic, and then we'll try and pull out the main melody from it and make it a little bit more structured. I know that's very vague, but you will see what I mean here in just a second. I pressed the wrong buttons over and over again. Okay, back that out. We are going to extend kind of symphony in the background. We will copy. You guys can't see it on this screen, but we'll copy this here, make that a unique pattern. Then we will go in. Na, 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 na. Yeah, okay. Okay, let's listen to this as a whole. Whole section. It sounds a little lame right now. We're gonna get crazier. I don't know this. Okay, right to the very end. There we go. We got something. Now let's add another, or maybe we can go back to the piano. What does the piano sound like? Like an old piece of shit. Okay. Maybe I will add in insert. We're gonna put in. Oh, let's throw in. Where is the piano? Where is this regular old, boring old piano? Do I not see it? Am I blind? I know everything looks like a piano, guys. Okay, but you're just gonna have to trust me here. There's a specific piano. Somewhere. Okay, we will do it by the list. FL keys. There we go. Boom. Okay. New track. Get to an empty track. Piano roll. We will insert this piano roll just below our current music. And then what we'll do is we're going to go and grab all this stuff. Control A, Control C. Copy into the piano section. Like, go hard. I messed it up. Graph editor. Piano roll. Okay. So right now we just have it as a piano roll, but for the FL keys. But now at least we have a baseline for it. We can go grab something like yeah. I'm gonna have to reinstall those plugins. What other plugins do we have? Boobay called Flex. My recent baby is, where is Flex? Flex. And Flex sounds a little bit like let me get something you guys can actually hear. I want something. There we go. Okay, we got something. We're building off of this. We might do the Daisy Rock. See, yeah. There's gotta be a transition. And then we can layer in something a little harder too on top of it. Let's insert another flex. Going to another pattern. It's kind of a lazy way of doing it, but whatever. And find ourselves. Ah, da 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 da. Ah, this is so hard on the keyboard. What program is this? This is FL Studios. It is probably like one of the best programs out there. If you're just kind of if you're really into making music, but you also don't want to spend that much money. How you doing, Dark Phoenix? By the way, welcome in, welcome in. How's your day been? FL Studios. It's by Image Line. FL Studios 21. Well, I'm running 20 at the moment. So I guess FL Studios 21 is out. Whoa, 25% off? It's actually excellent. It's lifetime upgrades. I bought this program back in high school, more than 10 years ago. And I still get the free upgrades for life. So. And also pirate it, too. They recommend even pirating it. If you can't afford it, go pirate it. Just do it. It's like, it's worth it. I was pointing out too, there's like songs like this. Here, one sec, we can even... Oh no. Ah. Well, that's loud. Oh no, wait. Stuff like this. Well, I'll skip forward. Anyways, okay, sorry. I got distracted. Well, this is all distraction, but there it is. So we could do the full wind sustain. Da la la. Dun, 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 dun. On top of spaghetti, all covered with cheese. I lost my poor meatballs when somebody sneezed. It rolled off the table and onto the floor. And if I could play on the keyboard, I would play some more. But I can do like basic chords right now. What else do we have? I haven't been through this whole library yet. Ooh. A bon don do. Yeah. That would hit hard for a bass. I don't know if you guys can hear that or not. You can like barely hear it because it's so low. Boom, boom, boom. You guys see there's the waveform for it? This is kind of cool. You can see how soft of a waveform. If I pick something higher, like let's say we pick something like the Growl Man. And then my poor meatball ball rolled right out the door. Sorry, okay, that's See, what I usually end up doing too, like I like this, I really like what we're doing on this one, but I have like a bunch of other ones that I'm kind of working on. Like these are, I don't want to get stuck going through stuff. I need inspiration though, guys. We need inspiration. That's loud. The Parisians. So this is just a loop. Do 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 do. Oh, I never see. Oh, do 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 do. What's the old stuff? Main drive. Take a look. FLP. What pops up? Come on, do the search. Let's see. Give me something. How about this? How about this? You guys have any famous songs that you want me to bring up? Give me a song. Somebody give me a song. I'll show you how we can do some fun stuff with the song. Sunflower Post Malone. Okay, I'm sure it exists out there. Well, obviously the song exists, but what we do is you go find a MIDI of it. Because there's usually... I'll go away. Go away. I want a free download. Give me... Give me... Channels download. I need 3 points to download this MIDI file. If I already have an account, please just give me somewhere free to download it. Free. Cheater. No, this isn't. Well, this is okay. I could rebuild it from the ground up, but like really, like, do you want to listen to the same melody over and over and over again? This is part of the skill. Hold on, let's find it. MIDI. Let's take a look. Sunflower.mid. File. New. Then we grab this. What's on here? Let's listen. Nothing. Is it not set up for anything? Let's do FL keys. Try and listen this out. I think this one sucks. We might get another. Unless this is just one track. This might just be one track. Hold on. We're gonna... Sometimes you just gotta open it with FL. FL Studios. Always use this app. Oh, that is it. Yeah, let's pick another one. Let's find another one. Not another song, but I'm gonna try and find another... a better MIDI version. Gotta buy that. Nope. Oh, we might have a good one. You might have a good one. Unless there's nothing on it. Oh, there we go. We do. Hey, hey, hey. There we go. So how do we make our own version of this? I have lyrics for this. Sunflower lyrics. Where am I? Lose, and I'm trying not to lose. I can't. Okay. I want to get this flute. This flute can be changed. This is the main melody here. change this one part at a time? Here's what I'm thinking. Oh shit. Almost deleted everything. I'm gonna lose. Okay. So, piano. Let's change the piano. Let's change the piano, yeah, to something a little like clarinets. Need some sustained light. But now we can solo it back. We'll switch up the saw wave here. I think it's a good idea to switch up the Hawaiian guitar. Okay, we're making something nice out of this. Fun. You're gonna switch. Too low? It might be too low. Hold on. I can actually fix this. Okay, maybe not. That doesn't work. With the bends is giving it very like Asian vibe, very like what's it called? There's a specific instrument. Where's your bass comes right in there. Yeah, it does. I might have broken it. I feel like I've kind of broken it. Why I feel like I broke it. Oh, I feel like just some sounds went missing. Yes, I do. Hey, hey, hey. I broke it. I broke it. I don't know what I did. So many layers now. Wow. I fricked it up a little bit. Okay, so. It was good. Let's just go all piano. Frick this. We're going back. It brokey, yeah, it brokey. I brokey it. The problem is there's so many layers, so I'm trying to figure out like what's the melody, and there's like actually two different melodies that run side by side on each other. And what I should be doing, and this is the way that I was taught to do it, is to replace everything with. I'm gonna keep the ooze because I love the ooze sound, and I don't want to screw that up because I know that that's a thing. So when we replace it all with keys, you'll see it will. Like, it'll just sound like somebody's playing the piano. Of course, we're going to keep the... We're also going to keep the percussion and everything like that. But I also might replace the percussion too. But you'll hear, listen, like this is what the song sounds like on piano. we go. There we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Love it. We fixed it. Ah! With that, I'll take it. That hits the spot. Want to hear something cool? Let's say you're getting bored. Ready? That sounds cool, huh? That's what I'm going for. That is what I'm going for. Right? Sometimes it's just like about aligning everything in the right way. And now this sounds way better. Hey, slowest. I keep her in check. She was a bad, I can't nevertheless. Calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. Crashing in my place, baby, you're a wreck. Needless to say, I keep her in check. Nevertheless, calling it quits now, baby, I'm a wreck. Screaming in my face, baby, don't trip. We can do some. I do want to change one of the background things though. We'll bring the key down. Way down. We're gonna go way down. This. I heard that. This is what I want to do. Let's change this up. Open up into Flex. What is this sound's role in the music? That's the background music. Okay. I think that's fine as like a soft guitar. I think it sounds pretty good. What do you guys think? The drum kit is a little bit aggressive. A little bit. Drum back a little bit. Made in USA over on D-Live. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for joining. How are you doing today, my man? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Made in USA. Yeah, I've done a bunch of music stuff in my past, I guess. We just pulled a MIDI file in. I didn't actually write this. This is Sunflower by Post Malone. But we are doing like a remix style with a bunch of different instruments. I'm not saying it's easy to do this. I'm just gonna downplay my part in the writing of the song. But welcome in, man. How you doing today? I kind of like it. Phoenix, I don't know if you like that or not. I don't know if it's kind of what I want, but can do strings. We could randomize it. You watch. Oh, quit side, baby. Could bring this one up an octave. See, watch, listen again. Such a hard choice. I don't know what to go with. Do I go with something like... What sound font am I using? Sound font. I am unfamiliar. Sound font. For the file format associated technologies that uses... I am not too familiar with MIDI myself. Just that it controls the stuff that I do. I'm using FL Studios. This whole, if you're asking for the platform is FL Studios. I'm using multiple VLCs that are built straight into it. One of them is Flex. The other one, the one I'm using for keys, is just the FL Keys plugin. Yeah, that's what I'm using right now. Make it sound like a totally different song. Usually there's a .sfl you have to associate with MIDI files. That I don't know much about. FL Studios will load in a MIDI file, just whatever I download. And then it'll export flat out into MIDI files, and I honestly, I don't have that much experience with MIDI. I'll be totally honest. I have a lot of experience with recording and production. I got my mic set up. I got all that kind of, but MIDI I am totally out there on. Really make it sound like a whole new song. bells were interesting, yeah. Oh, Juno bells. They have a lot of sustain to them, though. I don't know if I like the sustain. That's it. We're on it. I love it. I love it. I love it already. Hey Ben, how's it going, dude? Welcome in, welcome in. Subtler, so it sits in right now. Right now, I've been making it pretty forward. Okay, we're gonna do one last listen, and then we'll consider this song, this remix, this whatever of Sunflower to be done. We can always come back to it at some point too, but I think we'll call it on this one. I'm really liking where it's at the moment. We'll do one more big playthrough. All right, guys, close your eyes. Get your music listening brains on. Made in USA. You said you're glad you finally caught one of my live streams. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing this all the time now recently. We've been doing Monday, Wednesday, Friday kind of stuff. I know New Year's has been a little bit rough in getting stuff going, and we have a new location and all that kind of stuff. Ben, Sunflower is a very recognizable song. Very, very recognizable song. Comes a little weird. Well, made in USA, now you know one. At least know the tune of it. I think that did very well. I think that does very well. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Okay, we're gonna render this down. We're gonna export it. Well, first, actually, we'll save as sunflower post. We're gonna call it post processing Malone. Post-processing Malone. I'm actually up for doing another song here. This is actually quite a lot of fun. If you guys have any other song suggestions that you want to see us take it apart, drop it logic, lock it technologic. If I could find the what's it called? MIDI for that. Technologic MIDI. MIDI. Okay. Export. Whoops, what am I doing here? Export as WAV file. Sunflower post-processing Malone. Music, new Sulack's remixes. That wasn't a request. If you want, like I say, whatever song you guys want. Ben, if you have a suggestion too over on Twitch or Phoenix, it's up to you guys. I'll have to do one more song here. And then after that, I'll probably be taking a small break, and then we'll be doing some gaming stuff a little bit later. Sulack remixes. Save. Render. Oh, I didn't render minimized. Dummy. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do, guys. We are going to upload this Twitter. So if you guys want to go give it a listen. Culprit. What a nerd. Okay, here, let's take a look. Music. Sulack's remixes, post-processing Malone. There we go. Up to 4 photo. Oh, where else can I how can I host this? I can do it on Discord. Audio questions. Let me throw it there. Boom, upload, because I can host stuff on Discord. Post-processing Malone. And copy message. No, copy link. I will give it to you guys here in chats. There you go. Boom. Oh, I can't post directly. Okay, well, Twitter. Post processing Malone. All right, there's a tweet there. You guys want to go check that out? Listen to some post-processing Malone. You are totally welcome to. Do I know the song Get Into My Car by Billy Ocean? Oh, it's been a long time since I've heard. Wonder if there's a MIDI. Get out of my dreams, get into my car. I wonder.
Get into my car.
I get to buy that one. Sorry, not gonna do.
Who's that lady coming down the road? Who's that?
Who's that? Okay, let's open it up in FL. So first we save and we close post-processing Malone. We didn't start the fire. Song is basically MIDI already. Let's take a look. You're a little too slow there, Ben. Just a few seconds too slow. See what comes out of this. Give me something good. Give me something. Is that it? Oh, no, it's opening. It's opening a lot of flexes. I'm a little nervous. A wee bit nervous. Okay. Punch, no attack. I know Ben's violent, isn't? Uh-oh. Oh shit. Let's try this again. Let's try this again. It's in a weird sound font. A little funky. Channel type flex, MIDI out, fruity out with LSD. Crash, yeah, it's there's a lot going on here. Like, I'll show you my PC. This has been my PC, okay, capped out for 6 hours now, pretty much on stream. So, yeah, no. Add in all of these. Let's. Damn. Okay, we're gonna have to get this sucker down, and we gotta replace with keys. Dun dun. it's not the. It's actually not the proper key. It's more to what the feel of the song is actually, like, or at least what the instruments are doing. I've got a really good like ear for understanding. I have a feeling the structure. The keys that we're using have a little bit of sustain. When they're going too fast, they overlap over top of each other, and there's also bringing them down a little bit makes the tones just a little clearer too. So you get a little more range. It does muddy up some sounds and whatnot, but I'm not even sure if that's the right, like. It's definitely closer. I think it was out. You were right too. It was out of key. So even then, I pulled it back to, yeah. I'm much closer to the original, and I pulled it down. Is that? It's close. It's not the exact same. If I was doing like an exact match, I'd actually bring the song into the track with me, and I put them side by side and tune them to each other and everything. Oh, sorry, but I missed that. Is it possible to add swing to the horns at the very beginning? I could. I'm not going to worry about that right now, though. We'll build it out a little bit more. This beginning. we would start right at the, yeah. Like this should probably be more of like replace with. You see what I mean? Like, that gives it a little bit more, a little bit, at least softer introduction. So then I'm thinking we start with this guy. Place that with, give it some flex. Give it some flex seal. Start with. All here horns. Put on the horn list. You feel like the MIDI arrangement is just, it's close. So do you hear the dad? It's going da da. It's actually, it sounds like it's like da 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 da. So the MIDI is correct. The thing is, music from this era, they were really good at synthesizer settings. They were really good, and they could make anything sound like anything. But they could really, it was really hard to like derive what they're doing. So there is a double tap in this, but it's a sustain sustains it. So while this sounds really like punchy right now, it shouldn't be, right? They should feed into each other. Yeah, it's mastered very well, right? It's got a lot of like in that era too. They did a lot more not compression, but natural compression, because a lot of their instruments maxed out anyways. So they're really good again at like manipulating that small maxing out section and making it into something. Like if I increase the sustain, velocity, hold, where is shuffle, tune, hardness, stretch, treble, overdrive, release. That'll sound a little bit more. Here, you gave me a really hard one, USA. We might have to come back to this at a later date. I'm gonna have to like rethink how I do this one. This is it's not there's look how many things are overlap. When you say it's good at being mastered well too, look at how many of the instruments play at the exact same time. And then they go offset here. Even with all the drums and everything. A lot of this really gonna be, I don't even know how I'm gonna do this. See, I screw this. All right. Well, I think we're gonna call the stream here, at least for today, guys. We will, I don't know, be on to probably game a little bit later here. We'll see what's going on. Maybe I'll stream the gaming. I'm not really sure. We'll figure it out. But thank you guys so much for coming. Yeah, like I said, Made in USA. I appreciate you coming by. Over on D Live. I know we got a very small community over there, but it's a good time. I hope to help out with make the D Live content a little bit less edgy. Very much like a girl boy right now is running the website. But hopefully we can make things a little more fun and enjoyable and whatever overall. So I appreciate you coming by. Ben, thank you for coming out. Culprit, who else do we got in chat? I appreciate Dark Phoenix. I'm not sure if you're still lurking. We have had High Five and his crew come by. I appreciate you guys so much. I will, let me take a look, see if there's anybody that we can raid out to. Twitch. We can go by, say hi to, who do we got on the side? Please raid out to Cardinals in. Oh, there's only 2 viewers right now. Oh, I thought more people were in it. That's fine. Okay, we got 2 at the moment. Nah, we're not gonna raid out with 2. It seems a little bit weird. If we had 3 or 4, I might have, but 2 is a little bit funky. And we'll slowly get more and more and more over time. It's a Friday. Everybody's out doing things. All right, guys. Again, thank you so much for coming out. I appreciate you all. I'll see you later. Have a great one.